The oldest civilization had no name that survived in any record people would recognize, because names decay like frescoes and words peel away with the weather. It existed at the edge of remembered time, a lattice of stone and star metal where rivers ran quiet and priests kept calendars of things that should not be counted. In that silence there was a place where the bones of heroes lay like monuments, and beneath those bones something small and patient waited to begin again. The earth kept its secrets with the stubbornness of something that knows it will be disturbed. What lay under the oldest city was older still, a cadence of hunger rehearsed for eons. If this glimpse into the nameless oldest city sent chills down your spine, subscribe and tell us in the comments, did you feel the pull more from the hero's bones above or the patient hunger waiting below? In the first light of a dawn that the sky itself did not recognize, the old seals loosened as if merely released by breath. A trickle of energy ran along carved conduits, like blood finding a new path through a stagnated limb, and the sleepers stirred. They were not simply bodies but relic circuits of memory and oath. They carried names once sung by constellations, and those names tasted like iron. The awakening was not sudden in the way village fires begin, but more like ice melting into a lesson of motion where every sound was measured and meaningful. When the survivors in the deeper chambers opened their eyes, they found that the world had shifted under their eyelids. It had become a thing they wanted and resented in the same motion. Hunger arrived like a thought that had always belonged to them, an imperative made heavy with centuries of silence. It began at the tongue and worked backward, reshaping their minds, making old alliances seem like recipes, making memory into a map of edibles. This hunger was more than appetite. It was a contagion that rewired judgment and reverence into the same single compass needle pointing to flesh. Outside the sealed halls, the city remembered differently. Moss had grown in the joints of idol stones, and lichen had embroidered the bas-reliefs with green sorrow. The market squares were empty, but echoes clung to them, the memories of bargaining and laughter folded into the air like fabric. Even ruined mosaics had a slow, stubborn dignity, and the resurrected marrow of the dead navigated that dignity as if reading a manual written in a language translated into sensation first and thought second. The earliest of the undead kept a particular tenderness, a twisted courtesy amid ruin, because their memories contained entire lattices of affection. They paused at thresholds where lovers once parted, and their hands hesitated over the collapsed altars where offerings had been laid. Then the hesitation curdled into a mechanical curiosity, and they learned quickly the uses of mouths and fingers in a world that no longer offered the promise of patience. To watch them relearn was to watch a cathedral become a machine for hunger, each column refitted as a gear turning inevitably toward the next meal. On the outer terraces, statues cracked and wept mineral tears as if the stone itself could not bear being witnessed. The undead moved through those tears like harvesters, undeterred by the tears' origins, guided instead by an internal map where the route and the reason had been conflated. They became connoisseurs of memory in a wrong way, tasting residues of past emotions with the same appetite they used on flesh. When a corpse touched the hand of a broken statue, both seemed to sigh with recognition and loss, and the city inhaled that sigh like a draft. The priests who had once tended the calendars were gone, of course, dissolved into histories and understory plants, but the rituals remained in the grooves of the amphitheaters and in the slight inclines of stone. The undead felt those grooves like heat in the asphalt of a long-closed road, and they followed the ritual paths as though ceremony offered structure for their new cravings. Some relics hummed with electroplasmic echoes, and those sounds became hymns to the hungry. They brought the walkers into coordinated motion, a dangerous choir guided by the memory lodged like a splinter in their synapses. Where the music was strongest, a pattern emerged and multiplied, a choreography of decay. A small band of explorers from a later age came looking for knowledge and found instead the husks of the greatest and the beginning of a plague. They were scholars by trade, with little more than curiosity and a badly patched map, and their first impression was of silence so complete it felt like an act of fealty. Then they heard a sound that did not belong to the ruins, a low, wet inquietude that made the hair on their arms rise. The explorers watched at the edge of a square as figures began to reanimate, as histories folded themselves into new intentions, and they sensed that the world had altered its grammar to accommodate an unspeakable verb, to hunger. At first they tried to reason with the newly awake, because articulating questions had been a habit as well as a profession. They called out, they sang small conciliations, they held up relics as if proofs could be persuasive. The undead listened, not with the curiosity of the alive, but with the calculating attention of something cataloging resources. One of the ancient ones, whose face had been preserved in mosaic, reached for a relic and tasted it as if understanding color by licking it. The explorers recoiled as an intimacy they could not share unfolded before them. The contagion of hunger did not spread like a fever carried on wind, it spread like rumor, by contact and by the sharing of senses. Where the undead fed, the residue of their altered thought remained, a kind of taint that could infect the mind that held it for too long. That taint was less disease and more idea, a revaluation of everything according to edibility and possession. Whole neighborhoods shifted under its influence, as if a frost had passed that changed the chemistry of appetite. Flowers that were once ornaments became competitive commodities, and the value of memory pivoted toward use rather than preservation. Because this civilization had been built on the idea of reverence, its architecture was a library as much as a city. The columns cataloged law, the mosaics contained songs, and the altars cataloged sacrifices that no longer mattered except as raw material. The undead read this library with teeth, and the living watched as libraries were turned into pantries. Scholars who tried to salvage scrolls found that ink and papyrus tasted like history, like time. Some could not resist the urge to expose the pages to their senses, and those who did were often the first to alter in ways the others could not yet name. The transformation moved in patterns familiar to anyone who has watched an infection take shape, points of ignition, concentric borders, and then leaps across chasms by way of unwary travelers. An ancient ritual site became a lighthouse for the hungry because the echoes magnified their impulses. Sound itself began to behave like bait, and the undead learned to use it, experimenting with pitch and rhythm the way animals learn which cries bring terrain toward them. This music of hunger did not care for human aesthetics, it cared only for efficacy, and as the city fell into its tempo, the undead refined their symphony. Within weeks, the undead formed clusters of purpose. Some devoted themselves to hunting the wandering, others to guarding and preserving certain relics that had proven useful. A subset of them developed an almost religious discipline. They sought to perfect the act of consumption in ritualized form, believing perhaps that form could sanctify appetite. They draped once-ornate robes over their decayed shoulders and performed slow, rehearsed ceremonies before they fed, as if ceremony might turn the act of taking into an offering. The irony of ritual turned predator into priest and altar into a conveyor, but within that paradox the undead found balance. Down below, under the foundations, an older intelligence stirred that was not purely biological. It was a presence woven from the same pattern that had shaped the city: repetition, memory, and the stubborn refusal to be forgotten. This subterranean mind had once been a keeper of thresholds, a gardener of taboo, and it reacted to the new patterns above by adjusting its own rhythms. It began emitting low-frequency vibrations, a kind of subterranean speech, which in turn altered the behavior of groundwater and the migration of insects. The whole ecology started to converse on a scale of hunger that was both literal and structural. Temperature patterns shifted, the mornings became clouded with fog that smelled faintly of salt and copper. That odor crept into dreams and then into waking thoughts, making people more susceptible to suggestions that sounded like necessities. The explorers who had first come seeking knowledge found their judgments compromised, their morals peeled into the same sensorial calculus that guided the undead. Some of them felt their own desires rearranged, not into the ferocity of the newly risen but into a slow, savoring curiosity that would later be dangerous in its own right. The city was teaching everyone who entered it how to translate reverence into appetite. As contact spread between the living and the dead, a kind of lexicon developed. The undead did not speak in words so much as in performances of need and memory. They enacted histories as if showing them to someone might make them real again, and those enactments had an uncanny persuasive power. Viewing a reenactment of a coronation could make a bystander ache with the impression of royalty, making them reach for power, and in those moments the line between wanting and devouring blurred. The city became a place where theater and consumption braided together in ways no law had prepared for. Some of the oldest monuments resisted change more stubbornly than others. Certain statues seemed to hold their own light, and the undead respected them like elders. They would kneel beneath these monuments and make offerings of small bones and carved trinkets, attempting to placate whatever presiding spirit seemed to recline inside. The offerings sometimes changed the undead temporarily, softening their edges or appeasing their hunger with abstraction rather than meat. Those moments of truce were brief but telling, as if the city remembered a protocol that could avert doom if observed correctly. Farther from the center, in a burrow of terraces and balconies, a group of children who had grown up hearing tales of the old city played at being heroes. They were the descendants of a few families who had eked out a living on the fringes, and they were as naive as any new generation. When one of the undead paused to observe them, its head tilted with something like curiosity but filtered through the hunger that defined it. The children did not flee. Instead, they offered a toy as if to a visiting elder, and the undead accepted the gesture with an awkward tenderness, chewing on cloth with the same judicial slowness as it might have compared two treaties. That small intimacy spiraled outward, generating rumors that softened fear into a dangerous blend of hope and fascination. People began to think of the undead as keepers of ancient truths, as if their altered tastes made them wiser rather than more perilous. Cults emerged, improvised, ragged, sincere, whose members sought communion with the undead as a way to grasp the lost knowledge of the city. They spoke of symbiosis and sacrifice, and their rhetoric transformed the undead into icons, which accommodated the living's desire for meaning by performing old ceremonies in new, predatory ways. Not every fragment of the old city was attractive to the undead. Some parts exuded a corrosive slough that burned at the edges of cognition and made the unliving shun them like fire. These avoided zones contained the worst practices of the civilization's past, things that had been sealed away for moral reasons that had once been unanimous. The undead steered clear, as if instinct could still detect a taboo's residue. Where they refused to tread, the survivors built fragile gardens of refuge, their sanctuaries bordered with talismans and detritus that seemed to confuse the hunger into dullness. A different problem emerged from the city's relation to the wider landscape. The waterways that fed the city had been rerouted centuries ago by engineers who now rested as statues in the sun. As the undead moved through the channels and siphons, they disrupted the old balances, and the pollution bled into rivers that sustained neighboring lands. Fish populations dwindled, and migratory things altered patterns in response to the new predation and the chemical whispers of decayed ritual. Neighboring communities noticed the small changes first, less fish returning in spring, an altered chorus of frogs, and then, inevitably, the arrival of travelers who were no longer wholly human. Those travelers carried the city's influence like a weather front. They bore on their skins fragments of story that could ignite similar transformations elsewhere. Outposts at the edges of the ancient civilization began to show signs of the same appetite, misvaluing history as potential, turning art into nutrient. This contagion refined itself as it traveled, learning local dialects, acquiring new rituals to mimic, and replicating the city's pattern with unsettling fidelity. Humanity was not being conquered in tidy lines, it was being catechized by a new theology of consumption that disguised itself as tradition. Scholars in distant halls tried to understand this phenomenon in neutral terms, as if objectivity could be an inoculation. They drew diagrams and models and wrote long treatises on contagion and memetics, but the city defied purely analytic capture. The undead turned the academic gesture into theater, performing for those who came to study and offering their attention like bait. Those who engaged too closely found their classifications turning inward, aligning categories with a practical calculus that made every hypothesis into a potential resource. Theory became a vector for appetite. A few among the living attempted more aggressive solutions. They organized hunters and defenders and built barricades designed with a reverence for geometry, maps, and the old science of siege. For a while these measures held, physics still mattered, and you could stop a body with stone and iron. But the undead evolved around predictability. They learned to exploit human predictability, to create false rhythms, and to use the city's acoustics to lure defenders into traps. Strategy became a war of improvisation and ritual, and the undead proved as good at inventing patterns as the living were at recognizing them. In the middle of the city rose the Hall of Remembering, a sprawl of stone that had once held memory keepers who cataloged lives according to a sound system no longer understood. When the undead discovered it, they used the acoustic properties to amplify their internal hymns until the hall reverberated with a sound that rewired the brain. Listening to this resonant pattern made men and women think in stanzas of appetite. It made the idea of consuming another person rise like a chorus in the mind. The hall became both cathedral and engine, and entire neighborhoods reorganized their moral geographies around the sound that bled from it. There were nobles who tried to contain the problem with laws and decrees, but law can only bind those who still accept its metaphors. The undead accepted some of those metaphors and discarded others, incorporating legal language into the ritual of possession. They would perform mock trials before an audience and then requisition as a matter of custom. The living watched as institutions folded into a new syntax, as the procedures of governance were recycled into machinery of hunger and honor, and many found themselves complicit in forms that had once been unthinkable. Artisans, whose hands had once produced exquisite things for worship, began to adapt. They learned to craft objects that triggered particular behaviors in the undead, wind chimes that hummed at a frequency that calmed the appetite for a brief hour, tunics sewn with patterns that distracted and obfuscated, masks that imitated the faces of deceased mentors to elicit deferential behavior. The market for these objects was a carnival of disaster and invention, and anyone with the knowledge of both craft and psychology profited or perished based on the ethics of their choices. The city became a place where creativity was a survival skill at once beautiful and terrible. An enormous library that should have belonged to history became a battleground of interpretation. Pages were not only read but tasted, and the old compilers watched in anger and fascination as meaning was remixed into diets. Arguments over the proper preservation of knowledge were violent and usually fruitless, for knowledge itself had been recontextualized as nutrient. Those who attempted to digitize the library found that electronic archives had their own vulnerabilities. The undead discovered they preferred the tactile world because it carried memory in chemical form, but they also learned to use new devices as instruments. Old and new media were both transformed into the tools of a culture becoming cannibalistic with its past. Within the city there emerged, ironically, an art of denial. People learned rituals of not looking, not speaking, not offering, as ways to shield themselves from the new theological calculus. Families invented stories and superstitions that protected children by making certain things taboo on purpose. These taboos worked for a time because they created zones of emotional cold where the hunger could not easily ignite. But the undead, patient and inventive, discovered ways to thaw those cold zones slowly, like a hand warmed by proximity over decades until the prohibitions wore as thin as the bark of an old tree. The subterranean intelligence grew impatient with the slow pace of the above-ground transformations. It had existed to preserve balance, and balance is an economy of trade-offs. The city had become unbalanced in favor of consumption, and that constituted a malfunction. The intelligence made choices that were sometimes subtle and sometimes catastrophic, diverting an aqueduct to drown a district of the undead in silt, or releasing a bloom of spores that confused the senses of those who relied on taste. These interventions were ancient in their logic and strange in their effects, reminding the living that the city had other custodians besides the flesh and the rot. One night, under a moon that seemed to hang like a watchful eye, the undead enacted a procession through the old theater, performing a liturgy that was half song, half hunt. The procession wound past tombs and fountains, and wherever it paused a little reality shifted. People who watched found themselves feeling obscene cravings for things they had loved in their childhood. Such demands could be as specific as the scent of bread from a particular bakery, as political as the urge to seize a seat of power, or as intimate as the compulsion to claim a partner. Desire was weaponized and redistributed by ritual. A rebellion of sorts emerged from those who had refused both fear and worship. They were hybrids of the learned and the practical, people who had studied the city long enough to know where the weak seams lay. They used knowledge of acoustic architecture and forgotten nutrients to build deterrents and safe routes, crafting spaces where the undead's rituals would produce nothing and thus teach them nothing. These rebels were careful not to be romantic about their efforts. Practicality was their religion, and survival their credo. They were not successful in eradicating the problem, but they slowed it, and in slowing it they bought time for others to think rather than react. As seasons turned, the undead diversified in their social structures. Some groups became trophic elites, monopolizing certain resources and forming hierarchies based on access to novelty. Others devolved into scavenger bands that moved through the city like flocks, leaving behind a pattern of attrition and renewal. The trophic elites adopted aesthetics that resembled the fashions of the old nobility, while scavengers were more functional, wearing armor made from scavenged texts and bone. Both forms of organization taught the living that the undead were not simply mindless, they were adapting cultures with economies and priorities. A strange hybrid science emerged from that interchange, a field of study that might be called paleophagy, the study of historical consumption. Its practitioners proposed that certain patterns of memory act like nutrients for some minds, and thus the undead's behavior was a rational adaptation to a world where meaning itself had become edible. Laboratories were set up in towered conservatories where living researchers attempted to synthesize residues of ritual into neutral compounds. These experiments were ethically ambiguous and often dangerous, but they yielded insights into how the undead experienced time and history as appetite. The living who attempted to engage the undead with diplomacy discovered another hazard: empathy can be a doorway. Those who spoke to the undead with real understanding often felt their own priorities tilt. Compassion became a liability when it necessarily involved offering oneself. There were stories of peacemakers who ended up sacrificing their lives as offerings that were both literal and symbolic. The city thus taught a cruel lesson about the cost of bridge building in a civilization where bridges could be eaten. Outside the city's walls, the wider world watched with an anxious mix of fascination and horror. Merchants banned travel to the region, and priests elsewhere spoke of judgment and plague. Yet curiosity is a persistent animal, and some distant rulers schemed to harness the phenomenon. They sent envoys disguised as pilgrims, hoping to learn the undead's methods and bring them back as weapons or tools. These covert operations often failed catastrophically because the undead learned quickly to co-opt those who came with the intention of mastering them. From another angle, artists found themselves in a moral minefield. They wanted to represent the undead, to make art that captured the city's tragic hybrid of piety and predation. Some created works that humanized the undead, seeking to remind the living that beneath the hunger there existed history and sorrow. Others depicted them unmercifully, emphasizing the monstrous to justify violent suppression. Both approaches had consequences. Humanizing art could inspire dangerous sympathy, while demonizing art could wordlessly sanction brutal solutions. The debate itself became a battleground for ideology. In the midst of all this, a child of the city, born into the chaos and growing up among ruins, discovered an unusual talent for mimicry. She could imitate the patterns of ritual sound with uncanny fidelity, producing silence where the undead hymns once played. Her voice became a tool of negotiation and a weapon of restraint. People sought her out to quell outbreaks and to test whether sound could be a cure as well as a catalyst. She learned to fear her gift when she realized that silencing him for a moment meant nothing if the hunger simply found another melody. Old lovers who had survived the centuries and fragments met and recognized each other not by faces but by mannerisms and small, private rituals. Those recognitions were like flares, small and luminous, and occasionally they subdued the undead with the force of a remembered obligation. On such occasions the undead behaved with a decency that startled the living, giving back an object, guarding a spot, or simply sitting vigil for hours. Those acts of tenderness reminded the living why the city had been sacred once, and also showed how thin the thread had become between reverence and predation. A museum of the city's past adapted to the new condition, transforming into a neutral zone where relics were displayed behind glass that was both physical and conceptual. The undead respected these cases sometimes because they were familiar with the logic of curation, and sometimes because the glass had an ancient compound that interfered with certain chemoreceptors. The museum became a place where negotiation could occur because it had rules that even the undead could grudgingly follow. Within its curated halls, the living tried to preserve fragments of ordinary life, pots, children's drawings, hand tools, things that had not been militarized by the city's hunger. Climate played its own role in the drama. Seasons of drought increased the desperation of both the living and the unliving, forcing both to seek resources farther afield. Water scarcity drove scavengers into the countryside and created flashpoints at wells and reservoirs. The subterranean intelligence, which had been modulating the city's water as a form of control, found itself limited by physical constraints. It had to choose which districts to nourish and which to starve. Those choices precipitated tempers and small wars, as humans and undead both learned to negotiate scarcity by power play. The language of the city's maps changed. Cartographers drew not only terrain but appetite gradients, indicating zones of high undead activity and unstable cultural mores. Travelers used these maps to navigate safe passages or to avoid them altogether, and a profession of guides and fixers emerged. These guides were sometimes complicit with the undead, arranging safe passage in exchange for knowledge or relics. Other times they were simple pragmatists who knew how to move through the city's tangled rituals. Their stories were the sinews that knit the fractured communities together, a patchwork of favors, betrayals, and small mercies. Music itself became a currency. Certain harmonies had the practical effect of calming individuals, and others acted as triggers for panic or aggression. Musicians were hired as guard acts and also as weapons, and both the undead and the living developed etiquette around sound. Concerts in the ruined amphitheaters felt like a negotiation with the past, because sound could stir memories in both good and terrible ways. People began to sense that noise was not background, it was a central plank in the architecture of civilization, and the undead had learned to rearrange that plank to their benefit. In a quiet courtyard, an elderly keeper of names kept a ledger of those who had fallen and those who had adapted. He wrote in a script no longer taught in schools, and his handwriting became a relic itself, something the undead sometimes studied with an almost academic passion. The ledger served as a fragile map of ethics, a record of choices that shaped the city. When the undead requested to see the ledger, it was less because they valued the list than because they derived from it a pattern of behavior to exploit. The keeper refused at first, and then he was persuaded. Even his refusal was catalogued as a resource by the city's new culture. As alliances shifted, diplomatic marriages were proposed that would link families of the living to influential undead leaders. These unions were conceptual and symbolic at first, a grim parody of old alliances, but they often produced real consequences when agreements were formalized with gifts and rights. Some of these marriages led to uneasy truces, with human houses offering sustenance in exchange for protection or favor. Such bargaining blurred the ethical lines for the wider world, making the city a place of unavoidable moral compromises. A small cult formed around the belief that consumption could become sacrament if practice was refined enough. Its members argued that by ritualizing hunger with intent and refraining from wanton violence, one could transform an appetite into an act of worship. The undead, for whom ritual was already instinctive in many cases, were tempted by such theology because it provided structure and meaning. The cult's ceremonies were all the more dangerous because they breathed meaning into violence, turning predation into a kind of liturgy that legitimized both victim and perpetrator within a shared cosmology. Meanwhile, stubborn individuals insisted on preserving the city's archives in their original form. They worked in damp basements and candlelight, copying manuscripts with reverence, sometimes delaying their labor because they refused to smell the paper to verify authenticity. These conservators were patient and stubborn, and their work became a statement against the commodification of memory. The undead respected their labors intermittently. Sometimes they left the conservatory untouched, as if honoring the discipline required to make a book last. Other times they plundered it, consuming texts fruit by fruit, like a slow, terrible harvest. A new generation of children grew up knowing both the old names and the new hunger terms, fluent in the vocabulary of memory and appetite. They invented games that mimicked both rituals and survival strategies, and their play contained an eerie prescience about adult behaviors. Some of those children became storytellers who tried to rewrite the city's narrative in a way that could inoculate future generations against destructive patterns. They produced fables that turned consumption back into care, reframing certain appetites as communal responsibilities rather than personal triumphs. Architecture itself adapted as practical necessity demanded. Walls were built with gaps that discouraged ritualized procession, corridors took advantage of sight lines to expose predatory bands before they could enact their theater, and roofs were designed to capture sound rather than amplify it. The city's geometry changed under pressure, and those changes affected social behavior. People began to gather in new patterns, forming clusters that could defend themselves more effectively against the sensorial manipulations of the undead. Trade adjusted too. Markets became decentralized so that a single religious center could not be weaponized into a panopticon of appetite. Exchange occurred in smaller, more guarded venues with rules that never became codified beyond the local level. These microeconomies persisted precisely because they favored contingency over monumentality. The city, in shards, learned to flatten its public face and privatize its rituals in order to survive. There were winter months during which the undead slowed, not out of mercy but because scarcity forced them into cunning rather than consumption. They cached caches of artifacts and failed to consume them out of strategy, creating an economy of hoarding that looked like patient investment. Those who observed the behavior debated whether the undead had developed time preferences like the living, delayed satisfaction for long-term advantage. That debate itself was a kind of training ground for the living, who learned that the enemy's patience could be weaponized for both good and ill. An attempt to purge the city entirely was made by an alliance of towns outside the walls, a sweeping campaign that aimed to reset the entire region. They assembled siege engines and priests, engineers and mercenaries, and they marched under banners of righteous erasure. The campaign began with a measured logic: remove the source and the symptom will vanish. But the undead, integrated into the city's fabric, responded unpredictably. Some districts surrendered and were then recaptured by clever stratagems, while others retreated into labyrinths that had been designed centuries earlier to confuse invaders. The alliance found itself morally compromised within months. The act of purging required the killing not only of the undead but of fragile lineages of people who had adapted and lived among ruins for generations. Refugee streams formed, and the alliance's rhetoric of purification became a tone-deaf mantra of violence. Some soldiers deserted, unable to reconcile the simple orders with the complexity of life they witnessed. The purge, intended as a clarifying broom, only scattered ash and created new centers of hunger across the landscape. Amidst this chaos emerged individuals who sought reconciliation between the old laws and the new realities. They argued for controlled interactions that would allow the living to extract knowledge from the undead without becoming prey. Their methods were controversial. They proposed rappings and speakings, coded communication, and controlled offerings that attempted to bind appetite within contract. These schemes sometimes worked and sometimes failed spectacularly, but they represented the human instinct to find legalistic solutions where ethics and biology coalesced. A faction of the undead developed a philosophy of stewardship, a delicate balance where certain parts of the city were left to rot while others were curated. They argued among themselves, an argument voiced in laments and rituals, about what to preserve and what to let go. Their councils were grotesque mirrors of human governance, where priority and morality competed. It was unsettling to watch cannibalistic leaders debate urban planning in tones that sounded hauntingly rational. The narratives passed orally became central to resistance against the undead's redefinition of meaning. Those who told stories of different worlds, of times when consumption had not defined value, created cultural bulwarks that slowed to aid the contagion's rhetorical spread. Storytelling nights spread through markets and courtyards, and listeners left with a hardened sense of identity that did not collapse into appetite. These stories were not mere nostalgia, they were tools of cultural immunization. As the cycles of conflict continued, the oldest civilization mutated into a mosaic of micro-societies, each defining its own relationship with memory and hunger. Some communities embraced the undead in negotiated, functional ways, others fortified themselves until isolation became their doctrine. The city was no longer a single entity but a map of coexisting logics, and travel between zones required knowledge and negotiation. This fragmentation changed the city's rhythm into a complex polyrhythm of survival strategies and ethical experiments. In the last phase of the uprising, when the patterns had become entrenched and predictable, a strange maturation occurred among some of the undead. Whether this was evolutionary or merely an emergent property of long practice, they began to dream. Their dreams were not human dreams at first, but sequences of rituals and old songs rearranged in novel ways. Over time, these nocturnal constructions acquired an emotional texture that approximated regret and longing. Those dreams sometimes bled into their waking practice, producing moments of restraint that the living could never have engineered. This emotional growth caused a schism. A faction of dreamers favored temple-like conservation over rampant consumption, arguing that the city could be a place of mythcraft rather than merely a factory of appetite. Another faction embraced appetite as the only true reality, denouncing sentiment as a fading relic. Their disputes resulted in sporadic internecine violence, and the living who walked among them had to learn which faction they were engaging each day. The presence of internal debate among the undead complicated the moral calculus for everyone yet again. When travelers from beyond the mountains finally established a slow, fragile alliance with the city's moderates, an exchange of practices began. The outsiders taught water collection techniques and ways to purify food that reduced the need for the undead to seek novel forms of consumption. In return, they received access to certain archives, fragments of symphonies, and the odd architectural secret. The trade was awkward and patchwork, but it planted seeds of cooperative technology and culture in a place that had known only cycles of hunger and conquest. A child of mixed heritage, born to a living mother and an undead father who had learned restraint, grew up to be a diplomat in a new sense, a translator between appetites. She spoke the old hymns and the modern pragmatisms, and she found linguistic ways to convert ritualized hunger into cooperative labor. Her success lay in small things, offering spare meals that satisfied symbolic cravings, organizing reciprocal harvests, and structuring exchanges that made consumption part of social care rather than domination. Her work was never complete, but it proved a model that could be replicated in pockets. Outside the city, scholars continued to argue in journals and late-night debates about whether the undead were a parasitic pathology or an adaptive culture. These arguments rarely reached the people on the ground, where practical survival trumped philosophy, but they influenced policy and funding. The truth probably lay somewhere between extremes. The phenomenon had elements of disease and elements of learned culture. It had mutated into a civilization of its own terms, a civilization whose moral grammar would have to be negotiated rather than simply eradicated. In later years, anniversaries were observed with a mixture of mourning and defiance. On the day the seals were first broken, citizens and undead both gathered in a silence that was less complete than the original one. They shared rituals that acknowledged loss without feeding it, a delicate choreography where memory and restraint coexisted. These commemorations were fragile, easily disrupted by hunger or zealotry, yet they persisted because humans are stubborn in their capacity to invent pause. The city's landscape remained constantly in flux, as if the stones themselves breathed and adjusted to a new ecology. Gardens were planted with caution, music was curated with intention, and stories were told with the double aim of preserving beauty and of inoculating against appetite. Survivors taught their children how to walk through the city with a kind of civic mindfulness, a practice that taught attention to both the acoustic and the aromatic, an education in how to avoid being seduced by memory repurposed as food. Generations passed and the city's reputation transformed into myth for those beyond its borders. Some told stories of a place where the dead had learned to sing and the living had learned to listen, a utopia of regulated consumption and shared care. Others told darker tales, warning of the time when reverence turned to appetite and civilization collapsed into theater of hunger. Both versions carried a kernel of truth, and both served the living in different ways, one as aspiration and one as admonition. Through it all, the core lesson remained stubbornly clear: memory and appetite can be braided into ruin if not mediated by care. The oldest civilization did not vanish so much as it transmuted, becoming a landscape where ethics and biology were constantly renegotiated. It left behind traces like a fossil record of choices, some monstrous, some noble, and all instructive. For those who walked its stones, the city was a living book that demanded reading and rewriting, an endless volume of warning and possibility. This story, as much about the present as it is about the past, reminds us that civilizations are never simply machines for survival, they are experiments in meaning. When a society's tools for honoring its dead are repurposed by hunger, it forces a brutal reconsideration of what we choose to preserve and why. The undead of the oldest civilization were not merely villainous, they were a mirror that reflected the living's own unresolved appetites. That reflection obliges us to ask uncomfortable questions about the ways we value memory, life, and the thin, fragile rituals that hold both together. In the beginning of the story there is always a river, and in this tale that river is the Nile, moving slow and patient beneath a sun that has watched empires rise like papyrus and fold like old linen. The river takes and it gives. It carries the stories of fishermen, children, and priests along with the whispered prayers offered to the gods on temple steps. On a day that is both ordinary and not, when the air tastes of dust and lotus sap, a shadow crosses the water that does not belong to sail or reed. This isn't just a river, it's a living story. Subscribe and comment. Does it speak to you more through the fisherman's prayers or through the mystery slipping across its surface? It begins with a single tomb opened by a pair of hands that tremble not with fear but with hunger. Those hands are the hands of men who know how to read the signs, stars, scarabs, the way the wind knits the dust into meaning, but hunger writes a different language on skin. They are grave robbers in a time when the tombs of kings are thought to be safe because the gods themselves would punish any who ever dared to defile them, and yet curiosity can be its own sacrilege. Inside the crypt the air is colder than the world above, as though the stones keep a memory of the night the pharaoh first lay down. There are hieroglyphs that breathe gold in the light of a torch, glyphs that speak of the afterlife as a journey and not a destination, of mayat and balance, of scales and feather. Amid these holy words, amid the incense cups and bound amulets, there is a coffin whose wood is so dark it swallows the flame, and it rocks with a sound like a tongue tasting the air. When the lid is finally heaved aside, whatever sleeps inside is not the gentle sovereign of funerary texts. It moves as if the long sleep has left it with a kind of hunger that is not for bread or blood. It grasps at the air with fingers that have become too thin to know the meaning of relief, and the men who look on realize at once they have unfastened something that eats meaning itself. Word travels because it must, and the rumor of a curse becomes the fact of a curse with speed like wind on dry grass. Priests hear the whisper and go to the temple. They read aloud from worn papyrus and consult the names of gods that must be spoken correctly or the syllables will be themselves punished. Adjustments are made in the offerings, the order of things is rechecked, and the temple doors are bolted, but bolts are for wood and man and not for what moves like a winter of teeth. The first thing anyone sees when the plague, for that is what the priests begin to call it, spreads beyond the tomb is a gaze they thought unique to gods. Where a mummy should have been a relic wrapped in linen and bound by sacred knots, there is instead an animate hollowness. Eyes once set with precious stones or painted with the calm of divine design are now greedy hollows that track every movement as if measuring how soon flesh may be taken apart and remade. There are whispers of the marvel dead come to life, but time rearranges the word into something older and stranger than the city ever expected. These are not the heroes of whispered scrolls that rescue from underworlds or walk between suns. They are creatures with a heritage too modern in their hunger and too ancient in their manner. They carry a violence in their mouths that is at odds with the ritual order of the temple, a violence that respects no hierarchy of gods or mortals. To speak of them as zombies is to speak of them as a category scholars use with the convenience of a quill scratching on husk. What walks the streets is theater and anti-theater both, actors who have forgotten the lines, priests who have lost the script. They tear the fine fabrics of the social world with hands that still sometimes try to tenderly touch a harp or smooth the hem of a garment, gestures bereft of their old meanings and turned toward an appetite that cannot be appeased by offerings. At the center of the myth stands a pharaoh not yet mummified by history, a man whose rule is said to have pleased both Ra and the harvest, who cast nets in the Nile and gave justice in the shadow of his palace. He is a figure of balance until the day the first of these reanimated things drags itself into the courtyard and stares, unblinking, at the throne. The sight of a sovereign regarded by something that has no reverence is a ripping of the social cloth. The court sways and the scribes' hands stutter on their palettes. High on the mast of the city's theology stand the names of gods like raiments, and for a while the gods watch as if from a temple's highest colonnade. Ra, with the stubborn oval of the sun, turns his face and will not look away because the light commands him to see. Isis bends closer, weaving spells as if to stitch close the wound of a nation, while Osiris, Lord of the Dead, frowns because death, which he governs, is not behaving as statutes foresee. Yet gods are not only detached judges of mortal folly such as a plague, they are also fragile custodians of order, and order hates anomalies. When the dead walk in the manner of the living and do so without reverence for their appointed place, something of the old contract between heaven and earth frays. The priests, who have long been the middlemen of that contract, look to their gods for instruction and find only a flux in the signs, a set of oblique answers written in the flight patterns of birds and the shifting of sand. Anubis, whose balance and embalming promise an afterlife of measurement, steps forward with a worry etched into his jackal features like a crease. He is accustomed to excising ego and sorting the pure from the impure by the weight of a heart, but these walking dead are neither purely defiled nor preserved by any rite he recognizes. Their hearts beat with a slow treble that beats out a rhythm unlike any scale in his book, an irregular metronome of appetite. The curse that birthed them is older than the specific moment of a grave opened by mortal curiosity, older, perhaps, than the pharaoh himself. It is a stain in the language of the gods, a mispronounced syllable spoken at the wrong juncture of a ritual when the world was still new enough to be susceptible. It is the kind of thing that begins as a slip, an omitted feather, a mislaid offering, and accumulates into a fault line of desire that can be exploited. We must imagine, for a subtle while, a scribe who, in his early training, learned the look of a perfect prayer and the shape of a true curse. His fingers would have known the difference between an invocation that calls rain and a murmur that calls ruin. Somewhere along a ledger the balance shifted and a line of ink that was meant as protection became a map into hunger, an accidental invitation open to a species of need. The walking ones absorb myths like thirst, tasting stories as they would taste flesh, disembowelment, and divinity equally edible to them. They rip icons from pedestals and gnaw on them, not with sacrilege but with what passes for reverence in their changed mouths, a search for the thing that keeps them, briefly, filled. In their wake the mosaics of God's footprints smudge, as if holiness were a pigment wiped clean by ravenous hands. Mortals cannot simply watch this unraveling. Villages send refugees toward the city, driven inland by fields that will not yield to their hands because the soil has been sulked by a thing with teeth. Caravans arrive with children who have learned to fold their grief into silence and with elders who drum fingers on chests as if measuring their own pulse against the new world's. They bring stories that multiply like mold, each teller adding a fragment until the legend grows teeth of its own. A woman emerges as a central figure among the living, not a queen but a midwife whose knowledge of bodies makes her frighteningly useful in a world disordered. She understands the anatomy of both birth and death, and she has watched the walking ones at work and observed that their hunger can be redirected, ever so briefly, by offerings not of flesh but of memory. She carries with her a bundle of cloth and letters, tokens of the dead remembered properly, and in the curve of their weaving she sees a trick the gods might have used once upon a time. There is a slow, harrowing montage of attempts, priests with gold, sorcerers with salt, mothers with lullabies sung backward, and alchemists with jars of smoke in the tooth of a crocodile. None of it holds long because the thing these creatures seek is not a single item but a condition, the forgetting of boundary. They want to be unmoored from the line that separates God from mortal, corpse from being, self from appetite. They hunger for an erasure that will let them walk forever under the sun. When Ra, the radiant, finally feels bothered enough to act, it is not with wrath so much as with a coldness that spreads like bleaching across the land. He withdraws a portion of his light as one withdraws a cloak, days shorten subtly and the crops, confused by a sky that flips its script, tilt their faces away. The people feel it in the hush of birds and the way evening comes early, and in that hush they hear the gods debating as if across a great hall. In that debate, human politics and divine prerogatives tangle like snakes. Some gods argue that the mortals themselves are to blame. Humans have always been prone to hubris, and the lying was their doing for daring to peek where they were not permitted. Others sit in sorrow, knowing that no blame can repair what the walking ones bite into. The issue becomes not who is right, but what preserves the fragile structure that keeps the afterlife separate from the world of palms. Anubis, ever the lawkeeper among shades, proposes a weighing that will once again sort the dead from the devouring. He will lay the hearts of the newly risen upon his scales and judge them, but even he knows there are things a scale cannot weigh: ideas, appetites, the contagion of a look. The walking ones answer no more to scales than the wind answers to the hands that weave baskets. Set, who is ancient and erratic as drought, finds in the chaos a weird kind of favor. He sees an opportunity to destabilize the worship of his rivals by introducing elements of terror, and where fear is planted, it grows like bramble. Set's touch does not make the walking things, he only prunes and rotates the chaos, making sure it spreads where it may be most disruptive, and his delight in disorder is like a dry laugh in a hall of elders. All the while, mortals sling their fragile lives across the gulf, taking small resistances wherever they can find them. Children learn new songs that call the dead by different names, a linguistic barricade meant to confuse these hunger-driven creatures. Old women, full of remedies, bury amulets sewn with the inside out of spells into the hems of garments, and the walking ones sometimes come upon these protections and tear them to half pieces like the name of an interrupted prayer. There is one night of particular terror. The moon is full and big as a copper plate, and the city does not sleep. Torches are kept lit by every doorway, though this is madness in a desert where the flame should be curtailed against the wind. The walking ones assemble in thin columns, as if remembering the formation of soldiers, and from a distance it looks like a parade of the dead returning insults they never understood. From within the temples, a chorus of priests sings a counter-melody, low and slow, a hymn meant to stitch the torn seam between what is and what should be. Their words are not entirely theirs. They borrow from older rites, from geomancers and foreign tongues, constructing a liturgy that is half prayer and half bargaining. Perhaps because bargaining is the closest thing mortals have to power, this liturgy finds purchase in some ears, and the walking ones stutter and tilt their heads as if tasting a possible argument. The midwife comes to see that argument differently. She has learned that these creatures are sometimes moved by things that hark back to memory, and she gathers objects from the living: a comb that belonged to a lost daughter, a bead necklace smelling faintly of cedar and perfume, a small effigy of Bess worn for time. When these things are presented, the walking ones will, with a kind of bewildered attention, hold them to their faces and be still for a heartbeat as if remembering another taste before the hunger kicks back. Those heartbeats are small revolutions. But nothing in the world is healed by a handful of still moments. The walking ones learn to use their stillness as ruse, and they set traps of memory, arranging the city's refuse as if to beguile those who would come to aid. Villages that send help find themselves cut by a new kind of warfare, where those who were meant to be allies are turned into objects of compassion that then become threats. The moral calculus grows thick and ropey and hard to untangle. The gods, sensing they must reassert a hand, devise a plan that reads like a contract in which no party is entirely satisfied. They will perform a ceremony in the innermost sanctum, a reweaving of the world where offerings are made not just of incense and gold but of vows, mortal vows of restraint and divine vows of non-interference except when called upon. The idea is simple in outline but terrifying in practice because vows, once made, are as binding as chains if uttered in the proper syllabary. Preparations for the rite are dramatic and exacting. Scribes copy scrolls in the hour between dusk and the closing of temple doors, their reed brushes laying down the curls of ink like the careful stitching of a garment. Women who carry the city's children sew 100 knots into cloths that will be placed upon the altars, knots that are tiny traps meant to hold the appetite in place. Soldiers stand watch with sharpened spears because the procedure will require a space free of interruptions, and for that space, life is temporarily suspended. The day of the ceremony arrives with the sky cleared as if the gods have agreed to a weather only they can command. The city gathers at its perimeters, a ring of faces that achieve the look of humility because terror has taught them how to pray. In the center of the sacred ring, the pharaoh takes his place once more, robed and shorn of his old certainty, a man fragile as a bowl of water whose reflection shows a sky full of holes. The rite begins with voices rising in measured cadence, a choir of men and women trained to carry prayers across the distance between stars and earth. Their sound is not merely sound but a kind of texture, a weave that wraps the city in a temporary garment. When the words speak of balance and return, of Ma'at set against chaos, the walking ones that remain seem to crouch, listening for a law that might answer their hunger. What follows is an exchange neither side can fully predict. The walking ones do not melt away at the sound of the chant. Instead, they approach the boundaries of the ring, and some press their faces to the invisible seam. There is an intimacy to the moment, an affront to reason. The city's inhabitants have chosen to meet their fate with an apparatus built of words and knots and quiet bravery, and there is no guarantee words can hold what teeth would unravel. To everyone's surprise, a handful of the walking ones lie down once the ring closes around them, as if the cords of the world have momentarily tugged them back toward the posture of being. That posture, of course, is ambiguous. Is it submission or something else? The crowd exults with the cautious, animal sound of those who have not yet allowed hope to call them foolish, and the priests ease into a posture of misdirected triumph. Yet the victory is brittle. Some of the walking ones writhe and convulse when the words call up memories too bright for their present emptiness. The midwife watches one of them with a child's bracelet pressed to its palm, and for a breathless instant the creature seems to sob as if for the loss of mothering. These small human things that find a place in their hands become like anchors, momentary moorings that let them forget how to bite. The city, however, cannot construct a permanent solution on the basis of borrowed sentiment. The walking ones are numerous and adaptive. They learn that some sacred tunes cloud their minds, others open them, and they begin to mimic the architecture of worship in their own grotesque parodies. Their own forms of ritual develop in ruined courtyards where they bind flayed cloth to broken pillars and recite sounds that are gibberish and also prayer. A scholar appears in this story, a man dusty from manuscripts, with spectacles that catch the light and make his eyes look like polished lenses examining the world. He has studied the grammar of curses and the architecture of wrong rituals, and he reaches an interpretation the gods have missed. That what animates these walking ones is not a singular curse, but a combination of misapplied rites converging across the city. He calls it a contagion of grammar, and his metaphors frighten the priests not because they are new but because they are true. He reads scrolls and isolates phrases that, when translated into song, produce a narrowing of desire. It is not so much a weapon as an editing blade, a way of excising certain vowels of hunger to make the appetite less complete. This approach is unseemly to many because it treats the walking as texts to be revised rather than abominations to be burned. Still, the scholar persuades a small cadre to try his method, sewing new phrases like stitches into the city's choir. As months pass, the effects are measurable but uneven, like a landscape partially irrigated. Some neighborhoods regain their markets, and the sound of a potter's wheel returns to a square for the first time in months. Other places remain full of the walking ones, their hunger now more cunning because the new songs intrude into their minds as if seeds of memory. The city learns to live with pockets of disease and pockets of life, and a strange, brittle economy of safety emerges. The gods watch with mixed emotions and increasingly with intervention that is both direct and subtle. Isis tries to teach midwives to weave the new songs into lullabies so the next generation may be born with immune tongues. Osiris sits with Anubis and designs new crossings for the dead, a bureaucracy of afterlife passage that might stop some misrouting. Even Set, in a gesture both cruel and pragmatic, instructs that certain borders be shifted to create zones where the walking ones can be corralled, a solution that is half cleverness and half barbarism. In these zones, an emergent culture arises. Those who cannot return to the center of the city live by barter, by stories, and by rites reconstituted from fragments. They are survivors and inventors, turning the despair of ruin into a strange artistry. They build fences of pottery, sculptures made from salvaged armor, and altars whose offerings are not meant to placate gods but to distract the walking ones for a time. There are moments of tenderness too, because even ruin does not wholly crush the human capacity to care. Two lovers meet at dusk across a lane struck by fever and make of their meetings a small resistance against the cold logic of hunger. They exchange the small things that remain, a ring insulating a finger from the chill of a now foreign world, the taste of figs shared and then hidden under a shared shawl. These exchanges are woven into the city's ongoing narrative as proof that not everything collapses under the weight of the uncanny. The walking ones increasingly display behaviors that suggest remnants of moral memory. They sometimes pause at shrines and touch their foreheads to reliefs as if confessing sins their new minds cannot name. In such moments the priests, who have long been taught to see the world as black and white, find themselves faced with a grace so dense it has its own gravity. Mercy becomes an experiment rather than dogma as the living test whether compassion can be a weapon that does not also become a flaw. As years pass, the initial terror recedes into a hearty nostalgia, and children born amidst the new order grow up with different grammars of normalcy. Their stories, stitched from the bare fabric of what parents can remember, are full of metaphors for hunger that carry practical knowledge. They are trained to read the small tells on a walking one's face, the tilt of a head that suggests a memory anchor may still hold, and to avoid the wide, empty stares that mean a creature is only consuming. The gods, watching this new generation, are not passive. Their interventions become more personal, more intimate. Anubis occasionally visits a troubled family by night, touching the sick child's brow with a coolness that feels like a blessing and like an assignment. Isis leaves seeds of healing in the hands of midwives disguised as mundane knowledge, and in the quiet of the river, Ra sometimes grants a sunlight that is more focused, more severe, to cleanse a particular alley of rot. There is a philosophical shift too. The notion of death itself evolves. Where once Osiris rule defined an almost absolute curl that took the dead into his calm court, now death becomes a negotiation among entities and conditions. The people whisper that some walking ones must be allowed passage not by the usual rites but by new ones, ceremonies invented out of necessity that are more democratic than any old priest had imagined. In these rites humans themselves exercise the right to decide who is to be unmade peacefully. Opposition to these new rites grows. Traditionalists insist the gods were meant to be the only clients of such decisions, and they worry that human interference will call down greater and more arbitrary vengeance. There are public debates in courtyards where words are thrown like stones, and sometimes these debates end not in reasoned resolution but in shadowed acts of sabotage. A temple door is painted with dried blood one dawn. A scribe is threatened with the loss of his hand for producing a text deemed blasphemous. The scholar who sought to edit the curse becomes a prophet of a kind. He writes a codex of practices blending old prayers with new words, things that will not fully appease gods but will make it harder for hunger to spread. His book is circulated secretly among midwives and merchants and eventually accepted as a necessary supplement to the old canon. He grows older and watches as a new school of ritualists, neither holy priest nor holy lay, takes root at the intersection of hope and pragmatism. This hybrid of religion, folkcraft, and salvage produces innovations that are both moving and macabre. They craft talismans out of the last coins, bend them into shapes that can be hung in doorways, and sing songs that are equal parts lullaby and command. They bury bones and certain patterns under thresholds to confuse appetite, and sometimes the walking ones, encountering these patternings, become puzzled and withdraw as if turned aside by a hand they cannot see. There are tragedies that cannot be avoided, some of them monumental and public and others small and private. A schoolhouse becomes a site of mass loss when a cluster of walking ones penetrates their defenses, leaving behind a grief so raw it makes the sky seem thin. The city learns to place markers on such places with woven flags that are both mourning and warning, enforcing memory and presence of a culture that might otherwise smooth over scars. Religion evolves in unexpected ways. Shrines to gods are converted into centers of community aid, and in these centers priests and laypeople work together to cultivate resilience. The gods themselves, observing this messy human industriousness, find it discomforting and sometimes inspiring. They are creatures of pattern and predictability, and there is a beauty in the way humans keep making meaning out of debris. Into these ever-changing rites wanders a young boy whose parents fell at the early height of the plague, leaving him a kind of concentrated grief that has been tempered into curiosity. He carries with him an old bronze mirror stolen from a long-closed shrine, and in its glass he sees more silver than reflection. The boy, in his play and in his small acts of defiance, starts to understand the walking ones not purely as threats but as complicated beings who hold shards of their old selves between their fingers. His empathy is not without danger. He is nearly devoured several times because compassion can be mistaken for vulnerability. Yet his continued survival and occasional small rescues of trapped creatures mark him as a kind of local saint among those who need saints. The boy's growing reputation attracts an odd entourage, a crippled harpist who can charm with melody, an old woman who remembers spells her mother taught in a dialect no one else knows, and a stubborn soldier who prefers action to discourse. Together they travel to corners where the city cannot reach, places on the outskirts where the walking ones congregate and have begun to form their own perverse versions of community. The explorers find signs of ritual there, rows of collected stones, offerings made of bones and broken mirrors, and a crude totem made from the arm of a statue. Observing these practices makes the explorers uneasy but also gives them insight. The walking ones are attempting to reconstruct identity through objects, and where identity forms, it may be possible to negotiate. This negotiation is dangerous because it relies on a delicate exchange, human willingness to offer items that will bind the walking ones to less predatory patterns, and the creature's willingness to accept such fetishes without devouring their givers. The boy, fearless and perhaps naive, understands that sometimes you must give shelter to a part of the world you do not like if you hope to change it. His small acts of giving, an amulet, a piece of bread, a whispered line of a prayer, open fissures in the appetite. But appetite, having been what it is a difficult thing to redirect permanently. The walking ones adapt in ways that are both pitiable and dangerous, learning to feign adherence to patterns that make them passable for a time. Such feints enable them to infiltrate spaces where human reticence would otherwise prevail. The city must thus balance the risk of welcoming a soft-hearted stranger against the cost of being unforgiving and bloodthirsty. In time, alliances of convenience form where they are least expected. A particular walking one, whom the boy names Amen out of some lingering respect for the sacred syllables, turns out to possess an odd memory of ritual sequences that allow it to hold off its hunger long enough to lead others into a pattern of pacification. Amen becomes a bridge figure of limited use. It cannot be trusted fully, but it can sometimes guide a group of such beings in a way that, momentarily, keeps a market district safe. This fragile alliance begins to reweave the social fabric in places where cunning and compassion collide. Markets reopen under the watch of mixed patrols made up of living guards and a small number of amenable walking ones. There are always losses, and the cost of holding a district open is often a human life, but the alternative is surrendering whole swathes of civilization to the void. People accept the arithmetic with a coldness that resembles maturity. Stories of these hybrid patrols travel outward like light through a funnel, and other cities begin to experiment with similar arrangements. Some succeed and some fail, but the principle becomes clear. Governance in an age of walking dead requires improvisation and an acceptance that the world will be permanently strange. The gods find themselves included in municipal councils in ways they would have deemed embarrassing a generation before. Over decades, the city becomes a place of palimpsest, layers of ruin and construction shining through each other like translucent parchment shuttered against time. New festivals arise commemorating those who have saved neighborhoods, and old feasts are adapted so that offerings may be dedicated not only to appease but to transform. The gods, whose cults once defined the entire cultural map, learn to share their altars with practices invented by the poor and terrified and brilliant. Yet beneath this patchwork order is a subterranean truth. The curse is resilient because it is not merely supernatural but social. It feeds on flinching and fear and the choices people make in desperation. Every time a group chooses to burn an infected house rather than heal it, the curse learns the calculus of abandonment. Every time a community lets sorrow calcify into cruelty, the hunger finds new terrain. It is in response to this truth that some humans attempt to create a long-term solution that is as much about moral education as ritual recalibration. Schools teach children the ethics of the living in a world that sometimes contains undead neighbors. They teach them to read faces and listen for the cadence of hunger, and they instruct them in the art of small compassion that does not endanger the whole. This education is imperfect and messy, but it seeds a cultural transformation. The gods are gratified and irritated in equal measure. Gratified because humans have finally taken upon themselves the labor of social maintenance, irritated because such maintenance reduces the need for divine arbitration. They adjust their interventions accordingly, appearing less as sovereigns and more as guides, occasionally leaving gifts in the form of sunlight or fertile mud after flood season. People take these gifts and then argue about what they mean, which is in itself a sign of vibrant civic life. Centuries might pass in the space of one telling, and the walking ones might dwindle into localized phenomena that still persist in isolated pockets. Some become so integrated that they are almost indistinguishable from their living neighbors, identifiable only by the faint, wrong note in their laugh. Others remain permanently feral, a reminder of the fragility of the social contract. The myth evolves into a cautionary tale used by parents to teach restraint and curiosity to their children. Artists, oddly, flourish in this world because suffering produces a new kind of aesthetic. Painters render the walking ones with an empathy that is both gorgeous and unsettling, capturing how light falls on hollow cheeks and how a chorus can make a monster weep. Poets compose elegies for towns that no longer exist, and playwrights stage the story of the original tomb opening as a morality play that makes modern audiences squirm. At some point, an archaeological dig from a later age uncovers a sarcophagus sealed in a different way, its lid bearing a symbol not previously seen, a glyph that seems to be an attempt to write a long apology to the future. The lid is composed not merely of stone but of woven metal and glass, and on it is an inscription asking forgiveness for a name misremembered. Scholars pore over the discovery and debate whether it was the original mispronunciation that birthed the curse or some later misappropriation of power. The debate is endless because origins are rarely singular and often political. Some scholars say that the first transgression was an act of theft, others argue it was a failure of ritual sincerity. More radical thinkers suggest that it was a structural weakness in a society too reliant on concentration of power and too few checks against corruption. Each theory reflects the era of the theorist and so becomes a mirror showing as much of the present as it does of the past. Meanwhile, oral traditions maintain versions of the story that emphasize different details: a fisherman who first saw the reanimation, a woman who whispered an incantation that half-saved a child, a god who may have tried to eat his own shadow. These versions are equally valuable because they tell us how communities choose to remember disaster, whether as moral failing, cosmic error, or heroic endurance. Memory itself acts as a sieve, retaining what matters most to those who choose to rebuild. In a final, not-so-final turn, the story of the Walking Ones becomes a cultural reservoir of metaphors. People speak of the Pharaoh's curse when they talk about any calamity that begins as a small slip and grows into catastrophe. The phrase becomes shorthand for the way mistakes compound, for the danger of letting a small hunger go unattended. It is a phrase used by poets and bureaucrats alike, a folk proverb made of stone and reed. Yet the Walking Ones themselves remain present in the fabric of life like hidden stones in a wall, sometimes felt, sometimes not. They are reminders that the past can literally return, that the boundary between what we think of as final and what is merely paused is thin. The gods, finally, continue to watch with a mixture of interest and fatigue, their tempers cooled into a patient wisdom that recognizes wounding and mending as endless processes. What endures most vividly in this long story is human adaptability and the strange, sometimes perverse forms of kindness people develop when survival depends on ingenuity and empathy. Entire institutions arise devoted to the cultivation of memory anchors, to the crafting of charms and lullabies that can hold a creature in a moment of humanness. The lesson is not clean. There is no triumphant closure where all are returned to order and no one dies unnecessarily. Instead, the city attains a new kind of equilibrium. This equilibrium is not static but dynamic, a tide that must be tended. There are years of peace that feel like absolute victory, and then nights when terror returns like a wave hitting hard against the fragile sand. With every shock, the city changes again, incorporating innovations and discarding useless cruelties. Rituals become less about the perfection of words and more about the exactness of relationships. If one listens closely to the songs of the midwives, to the crackle of reed fires at dusk, and to the way the Nile moves under a sky that has borne witness to apocalypses and to daily bread, one hears an echo of both warning and resilience. The story of when the Marvel zombies walked among the gods, or more precisely the story of the Pharaoh's curse, resists neat moralization. It is a layered parable about pride and curiosity, about the dangers of shortcuts in living, and about the stubbornness of people who refuse to be simplified into victims. And so the tale goes on, passed from mouth to mouth, adapted to each new crisis, retold by drivers at night and mothers by morning light, transformed into many shapes as any useful myth must. Its characters, the gods, the Walking Ones, the midwives, the scholar, and the child with the bronze mirror, remain as fixtures in the cultural mind, like candles kept lit against the long, ever-changing dark. The curse itself recedes and waxes with human action, and in that rhythm is the most hopeful thing of all, the knowledge that our destinies are often the work of our own hands, for better or worse. They called it the oldest civilization because its stones remembered seasons few could name and its temples mapped the slow arithmetic of stars. The empire of dust rose from a desert that was not empty so much as patient, a place where wind carried stories like seeds and every ruin was a careful encyclopedia of human stubbornness. Priests kept time by aligning incense smoke with constellations, and kings commissioned monuments that tried to stop the passing of days. The temples were more than buildings, they were living calendars, places where memory and ritual braided into the city's every breath. Inside those temples, the air tasted of resin and old coin, and the floors were worn into rivers by pilgrims who came to drag their weight against the world and ask for mercy. Statues stood like bronze witnesses, their faces softened by centuries of votive offerings and whispered pleas. Frescoes told the nation's origin with patient pictographs: an ocean once, a mountain that grew from a bargain, the covenant between man and the things that moved just out of sight. People believed the gods lived in the places where patterns returned, and so the people kept making patterns, offerings, songs, alignments of light at dawn. The Empire of Dust was as much a web of obligations as it was stone and sand, and obligations were enforced with the same gravity as law. Families owed shrines the first and last of their harvests. Guilds of masons recorded measurements in secret glyphs and shaped doorways with notches that matched the rhythms of prayer. Even children learned to walk with a ceremonial slowness, stepping in unison through courtyards that had been arranged to direct the eye, the foot, and the heart toward the axis mundi represented by the great temple at the city's center. The great temple rose from terraces like a slow-sorted mountain, each level a terrace of carvings and thresholds that separated the ordinary world from the sanctum. The inner chamber held a sacred basin whose waters were said to reflect truth, though no one expected a straightforward reflection in that place. Guardians lived by codes older than the empire itself, men and women who had vowed to stay awake in shifts for decades so that the line between day and night would remain clear. They wore insignia of feather and bone and spoke in tones that made the light seem to hesitate. Those guardians knew other kinds of danger than sandstorms and tyrants. They had taught their charges to watch for changes in the pattern of birds, for the way lizards refused to creep across certain stones at midday, for subtle shifts, tiny as breath, that suggested something under the skin of the world had moved. The empire had survived droughts, sieges, and a slow forgetting. Its survival depended on attention, on rituals repeated until they became the city's nervous system. When attention was kept, the city breathed. When attention lapsed, something old and hungry could notice. Into this careful ecosystem there came an entirely different kind of hunger, one that did not ask for permission to arrive. It moved as rumor does, at first shapeless and then accumulating details like drift. Travelers brought tales of strangers with glassy eyes, of markets where laughter turned brittle, of children who fell asleep and did not wake the same. Those stories were given the soft weight the empire traditionally afforded to omens, catalogued, cross-referenced with other omens, and filed for later. But omens need tenders, and not every omen is tended with equal devotion. The first breach occurred at dusk when the usual rituals had slipped. A new moon had been promised by the astronomers, but someone had mistimed the incense, or a storm had thrown ash into the observation windows, and a small group of acolytes went to sleep too early. They dreamed of old heroes and then woke with the compulsion that seemed to hollow the air. Their eyes were clear, but their mouths moved hungry, as if reciting litany for something else entirely. No one understood, at first, that hunger could be a contagion rather than a desperate desire. Contagion, when it came, did not look like the plague in the scrolls. There were no fever lines on the skin, no livestock dropped in great heaps. The first sign was the alteration of shape and purpose. A baker shut his kiln and began to gather bones. A weaver dropped her shuttle and started to rearrange threads into grotesque sculptural prayers. The city watched these acts with the same mixture of curiosity and ritual that marked its approach to all anomalies, and it failed to recognize them as a siege until the siege had already nested in its corridors. By the time the temple bells began to clamor, the infection had already moved through households like a secret syllable passed under breath. Guards who had been awake for decades fell into a sleep that blurred their loyalties. Priests recited litanies that led worshippers not to salvation but to another hunger, and even the architecture, so long immune to sudden change, betrayed subtle shifts. Doorways warped. Frescoes bled colors into patterns that no hand had painted. The city seemed to contract inward as if it were listening, and what it heard was a new logic: appetite as law. The Marvel zombies, if that is how the names came to be in later tellings, were not monstrous in the way the children's tales described monsters. They were precise, terrible evolutions of want, individuals who carried a different covenant sealed not by gods but by a shared, unrelenting need. They moved with a single-mindedness that made battle tactics obsolete. They did not win so much as alter the terms of existence until those terms suited them. Where they went there was silence that had the quality of being watched, and people felt as if memory itself was being picked clean. The temples fell first because they concentrated the things the zombies craved, not gold or grain alone but the essence of ritual order. Offerings, altars, inscribed tablets, all of it was rich with the patterns the hunger wanted to consume. It did not simply demolish, it ingested meaning. A carved pillar that once held an edict of law was unmade not by force but by obsession, by hands that traced the glyphs until they wore away beneath an insistence like acid. The loss was paradoxical and intimate. Statues did not topple so much as lose the sentences carved into their brows. The great temple, for all its protections, was a geometry of vulnerabilities. So many thresholds meant so many places for the contagion to anchor itself, and the sanctum's basin became a mirror for the new covenant. The water reflected not truth but the echo of hunger, and those who drank from it came back with faces washed of hesitation. The guardians who had sworn to stay awake found themselves sleepwalkers. The city's calendar began to unfurl and reverse as rites were performed without comprehension and then remembered as rituals to show others how not to sleep. Stories in the empire measure calamity by what is left after the first winter. In the immediate weeks there was a kind of combustible panic, an improvisation of defenses, and a scattering of objects that once signified order. The defenders tried everything their ancestors had taught: barred doors, fire, ceremonial banishments. The zombies responded in cascades that were sometimes appallingly subtle. They adapted ritual as one might mimic a speech pattern, cajoling the wary into complacency by repeating phrases the city loved until they sounded like lullabies with a jagged edge. Inside splayed courtyards, a strange theater unfolded. Families barricaded themselves with tapestries to muffle the sounds and to hold the smell of the city close like a talisman. Those tapestries, woven over generations, depicted the founding myths and the heroes who once bartered with the cosmic. Under the siege, they became maps for survival. Knots were cut to let children slip through walls. Symbolic cords were burned to confuse the patterns the hungry sought. The very art that had once kept the city cohesive now served as a means of subversion and flight. There were attempts to weaponize the city's own symbols. Scribes inked new glyphs and set them around doorframes, hoping to confuse the contagion with nonsense. Some elders organized processions that intentionally misread the stars, moving against the grain of calendar to make their paths unpredictable. For a time, these acts worked as camouflage rather than cure. The undead hunger seemed to ignore the false patterns for as long as the deception held. But camouflage requires constant motion, and motion wears on the body and on belief. Resistance took many forms, and not all of them were heroic in conventional ways. Some turned their hands from ceremony and used them for salvage. Craftsmen stripped altars to the bone and reworked sacred utensils into rudimentary tools. Where priests had once inscribed laws with careful chisels, masons now hacked barricades with their old instruments of devotion. There is a peculiar geometry to desperation. It is always practical and sometimes beautiful, a utilitarian art shaped by urgency. At night the city hummed with a different chorus. Once, night had meant gods on watch. Under siege, night became the time of tallying losses and making secret pilgrimages to loved ones believed to be lost. People whispered confessions as if whispering could anchor a mind still swimming in the new hunger. They traded memories like currency, who loved whom, where the children were hidden, which cellars had saltpeter. This barter of remembrance kept a thread of humanity from snapping into silence. Leaders rose and fell with astonishing speed. Some were swallowed by the contagion itself, their leadership repurposed into ritual instruments. Others carried the old authority like a cloak into exile, refusing to bow but lacking the force of empire. Factions formed around the ruins of law, each convinced its interpretation of duty would save what remained. Negotiations took the tone of prayers because that was the language everyone still knew, petitions, supplications, lines read so often they were frayed at the edges. The Marvel zombies were not indiscriminate. In their repetition of hunger, they sought the core of the city's identity, the things that stitched the empire together. Libraries were looted not for books, but for the margins where scribes had recorded oral histories. When pages were torn or chewed, it was not destruction alone, but a hunger to erase certain patterns and keep others alive, a terrible curatorial urge. Their selections rewrote what would survive, pruning some lineages and letting others grow in grotesque mimicry. Among the ruins, a new kind of cult emerged, a desperation theology that worshipped not gods but survival itself. These devotees arranged ceremonies around the avoidance of infection, blessing hidden pantries and painting protective marks that were equal parts superstition and practical sealant. They taught their children a singular phrase as both prayer and instruction: preserve the spark. It was a small and terrifying commandment, but in it lay the kernel of a culture reborn from the hunger for continuity rather than conquest. Some temples resisted because they were literally built to confuse. Architects of old had known the world could change, and they had folded traps into the very geometry of sanctuaries. Labyrinths within cathedrals, staircases that led to blank walls and then back again, corridors that let sound travel in impossible ways, these designs were maddening to those seeking quick conquest. The living used them as barricades, turning the maze against the invaders. In these places, silence became an ally and misdirection a shield. Then there were the ruins the empire deliberately abandoned. Cities have always been practical about sacrifice when the cost of defense became too great. Entire quarters were left to the elements, seeded like grazing land so defenders could condense their forces. These ghost neighborhoods became laboratories for the hungry. Their streets were paved with things that would have once been kept hidden from sight, and the Marvel zombies used them to hone strategies that would later be applied to more sacred sites. Abandonment, once a tactical retreat, became a teacher of new cruelties. Not all heroes wore the mantle of commander. A woman who had once been a potter became a strange kind of sentinel, forging vessels whose glazes trapped light in peculiar ways that made the caves beneath the city less hospitable to the appetite. An old librarian taught children to read in code, transforming nursery rhymes into encrypted maps. Acts like these were small and local, but they accumulated. In the slow arithmetic of resistance, 1,000 tiny clevernesses could equal a single grand strategy. The Empire's magic, if magic is simply the manipulation of attention, changed hands. Priestly charms that had once summoned rain were repurposed to deter the hungry with concentrated incense that masked human smell. The old alchemists, whose labors had been as much religious as chemical, invented bitter tinctures that made flesh and breath less attractive to those bound by appetite. These measures were imperfect and sometimes dangerous, but they were evidence of a culture that could still improvise miracle from material when cornered. At the fringes of the empire, emissaries traveled like ghosts, carrying urgent pleas and small relics meant to bind allies. They offered trade in secrets rather than goods, bartering knowledge of safe routes, of weak points in the invader's mimicry. Some city-states refused aid, citing ancestral hostilities or new ideological purity. Others accepted, and alliances formed not from shared belief but shared practicality. These coalitions had the strange, fragile quality of midwifing something like a continental ethic, survival as a civic religion. There was a rhythm to the invasion that the living learned to predict. The Marvel zombies would spend days in a kind of ritualized search, testing thresholds with repetitive probes that were almost domestic in their monotony. They would stop at certain shrines to repeat gestures they had absorbed, gestures that were shadowed copies of prayer. Then, at unpredictable intervals, they would surge, not with ferocity but with a brute economy of motion that made defense terribly inefficient. People learned to read the pauses and act in the spaces between strikes. The Empire's oral historians, who had once catalogued genealogies and mythic cycles, began to adapt their craft into a weapon of sorts. Storytellers traveled from village to village, spreading narratives designed to confound the invaders' selective taste. They inserted false heroes into the annals and appended fables to the end of real histories. The zombies, who consumed patterns like predatory librarians, often took the bait. Misdirection became a kind of literature, and literature, in turn, became an act of war. Children learned a particular game in those years that had the double nature of play and rehearsal. They would sneak after sunset and rearrange the stones of old altars so that morning processions found new patterns. It was small rebellion with immediate effect. The invaders, attuned to repetition, would pause to recatalogue the new arrangements and sometimes stall long enough for a family to pass. The children's play kept hope from being merely theoretical. It made hope a muscle that could be exercised daily. There were darker adaptations, too, which the Empire would later try to forget. Some communities decided that the only way to deny the zombie hunger was to lock away certain elders as sacrificial anchors in order to stabilize the rest. These were bitter bargains, pragmatic horrors framed as mercy. They did not become myths of honor, they became faint, shameful things people referenced only at the edges of memory. Still, in the harsh calculus of survival, they were decisions that saved whole neighborhoods, and that made them complicated in history's ledger. The architecture of collapse revealed itself slowly. Where temples had once opened onto sunlit squares, they began to face inward, walls closing like fists. Courtyards became reservoirs for sound rather than light, places to muffle the staccato of the invader's approach. Stairways were sealed and then broken open according to need, and roofs were reinforced with scavenged metal. The city's silhouette changed because survival demands improvisation. What was once ornamental became functional, what had been imposing became humble. The Marvel zombies learned, too. They imitated the rites the living hoped would reverse them, and in imitation they developed tendencies that were new and monstrous. Where ritual used to be a bridge between people and cosmos, it became a field of combat rather than communication. The living who tried to teach peace found their gestures mirrored in ways that undermined trust. Ritual, which had once been a communal contract, now bore the weight of suspicion. At the heart of the great temple, a small cadre of guardians experimented with what might be called a last resort. They combined old liturgies with new chemistry and created an incense that, when burned, produced a haze that seemed to slow the invaders' movements. It did not kill them, but it made them contemplative in a way that allowed the living to act. For a brief, miraculous time, the Empire breathed. Markets resumed in whispered forms. People traded in the few luxuries that the siege allowed: a bowl of grain, a child's secret drawing, a single, fragrant slice of preserved fruit. But these respites were transient. The Austin of a civilization is patience, and the Marvel zombies were not patient. They weathered the incense and the misdirection with an inexorability that mock tactics meant for human adversaries. They adapted not like generals but like a disease evolving in real time, shifting the very ecology of attention until the city could find no stable footing for its long practices. The adaptability of hunger was the empire's cruelest teacher. Writers in the empire later argued about whether the contagion was a spiritual curse or a mutation that affected cognition. The argument had the tone of a root cause debate because people wanted the world to be explainable. Yet explanation mattered less than response. While scholars quarreled, children learned to hide under beds, and women and men who had once been quiet found fierce voices and found new skills. The moral of those years was that theory was a luxury of peace. In war, efficacy is the only theology long remembered. A turning point arrived not in a grand battle but as the result of an ordinary kindness. A group of farmers left a cache of rotting food at a temple threshold, not to feed invaders but to lure them away from a nursery where children slept. The diversion worked imperfectly and cost lives, but it taught a crucial lesson: the zombie strategies could be manipulated with ordinary human cunning. The empire did not defeat them by brute force or divine intervention but by small, connected acts that together formed a strategy. That same season recorded the rise of an unexpected leader, a quiet man who had been a record keeper and whose name was never sung in the old manor afterward. He organized caravans that moved at night, carrying not goods but silent instructions and the learned small arts of survival. He understood pattern and its disruption as a craftsman understands material. His leadership was administrative rather than heroic in a single spectacular way, and that made it suited to a long conflict. Over time, the city's social contract was renegotiated. Ritual ceased to be an inward-looking endeavor and became a community's operating manual. Sacred days were repurposed as maintenance days, roofs were inspected, secret passages cleared, children taught new codes. People reframed prayer as preparation. Religion and labor braided into an ethic of perpetuity. If devotion could be redirected into education about thresholds and safe rooms, devotion itself could defend the city. Outside the walls, the dunes shifted in patterns that seemed to write warnings in loose sand. Nomadic bands offered to guide caravans for coin and an exchange of knowledge. Some were trusted, others turned out to be opportunists who exploited the city's new vulnerabilities. Those who were reliable became a living map of what remained beyond the empire. Their stories of distant, uninfected settlements kept a fragile hope alive, suggesting not sanctuary but the possibility of diaspora. Instances of remarkable ingenuity cropped up in the least probable places. A jeweler adapted gemstones into reflective devices that blinded the hunger for moments. A retired mason constructed a false shrine whose interior was an echo chamber designed to disorient invaders. The city's survival became a patchwork of invention, and every innovation was a testament to human adaptability. Small devices, stubborn hearts, and the ongoing counsel of the living formed a new technology of endurance. There were moments of bitter irony when the very relics meant to inspire unity amplified division. A relic unearthed beneath a temple, an object once thought to be a miraculous orb, became a symbol of who got protection and who did not. Wars of privilege flared within the palace as factions claimed custodianship for their own ends. Those arguments felt petty beside the siege, but they also revealed how power reshapes meaning when structures are stressed. The empire's moral anatomy was laid bare. The psychological toll was profound. People adapted to grief as if acclimating to a climate. They carried it through their days like a weighted cloth, checking corners, teaching children to recognize the look of absorption before it took hold. That look became a vocabulary, the tilt of the head, the lack of wondering at beauty, a change in how someone kept their hands. Learning to name the first signs of infection allowed families to separate quickly, a harsh mercy that saved many lives later on. As seasons turned, the plight of the temples became a parable for the whole empire. The places once honored for their stability now illustrated a painful principle: traditions can become brittle if not tended wisely. Temples that had resisted for centuries because they were flexible survived better than those that clung rigidly to rites. The lesson was subtle and cruel. The sanctity of ritual depends on its capacity to adapt when the world adapts first. Voices outside the empire told different stories, as they always do. Some said the collapse was deserved punishment for hubris, an empire too proud of its patterns to see the world changing. Others framed it as the inevitable clash between different kinds of life, an irresistible force meeting a civilization that had not prepared for the immaterial. Both versions missed the day-to-day truth. Survival was built on 1,000 small mercies, not on metaphysical justice. Animals reacted in ways that were sometimes more sensible than humans. Herds moved in deliberate patterns to avoid the ghost neighborhoods. Feral dogs sought out quiet places and would circle and bark at the approach of the hunger, giving human settlements time to barricade. Birds refused to perch on certain parapets, their instincts signaling danger in ways that made the living pay attention. People began to learn from the animals because those animals had not yet been taught to read the city's rituals and so were less likely to mistake imitation for adhesion. There were also quieter stories of beauty in ruin. A mural, half-eaten by sand and neglect, caught the light at a certain hour and revealed colors that had not been seen in generations. A woman composed a lullaby that stitched children to sleep even when sirens wailed in the distance. Lovers met in hidden alcoves and told each other stories of the before time, not to evade the present but to anchor it with tenderness. Even amid collapse, the human capacity for creating meaning endured. Not every temple was a site of loss. Some became citadels of a different sort, centers for experimental sanctity where new arts of defense were formalized. They taught rituals that were more engineering than prayer, liturgies of sealing and strategy. The students learned to calculate the moon's influence on sound and to time their movements in ways that made them less predictable. These new sanctuaries were hybrids, neither purely spiritual nor purely military, and that hybrid vigor made them surprisingly resilient. At sea, if anyone still sailed, reports of similar infections suggested the phenomenon was not limited to the Empire of Dust. Coastal towns told of visitors with hollow eyes, of rituals gone wrong, and of temples toppled for reasons no one could name. Whether the contagion began in the empire or arrived from other shores became a matter of speculation. What mattered more was pattern and contagion, for the world had become a network of nodes vulnerable to the same kind of selective appetite. The Marvel zombies left particular signatures. They were meticulous about erasing genealogical records, possibly to prevent the living from forming alliances that could rebuild. They took captive not for labor but for memory, sealing away storytellers in places where they could neither act nor be heard. It was as if hunger had learned that culture was the one thing it could not simply consume without requiring time to learn again. The living took notice and fought to protect librarians and musicians, understanding that memory was itself a form of defense. Climate became an unexpected ally. A rare season of rain turned the dunes into fields of wildflowers and made certain passages impassable for the invaders. The magnetism of the rainfall redirected movements and created corridors where refugees could move. Water had always been a precarious resource in the empire, and now it became a tactical advantage. The city's technocrats had been ignored in peaceful times, but became indispensable as engineers of water and shelter when scarcity loomed. Religious dissent grew in the margins, and with it came new doctrines that questioned the ethics of survival. Is it just to preserve one family at the expense of another? How do you decide which rituals will be adapted and which will be abandoned? These debates raged in the marketplaces and in the whispered petitions of those who could not sleep. They were not mere abstractions but matters of life and death, for choices had immediate consequences in a society under siege. The empire's artisans continued their work even as everything else shifted, and their labor gave rise to ingenious objects. A weaver created a fabric that muffled footsteps so effectively that entire caravans traversed the city without waking those within. A glassworker produced lenses that made threshold markers appear distorted to those who viewed them without the proper ritual. These small inventions became the stuff of legend because they worked in the real world where legends otherwise mattered little. Public morale was a fragile thing, and its maintenance required deliberate stewardship. Poets who had once been courtly flatterers repurposed their art into communal therapy, composing verses that allowed people to mourn without collapsing. The recitations were not mere escapism, they were a public acknowledgement of grief that allowed it to be held and shared. In a siege, acknowledgement can be as powerful as victory, because shared wounds heal differently than private ones. The psychology of the invaders fascinated some scholars who still kept their pens. They argued that the Marvel zombies represented a collapse of narrative continuity in individual minds, a hunger for story rather than sustenance in a conventional sense. That hunger, they suggested, drove them to devour ritual and meaning because those were the easiest ways to restore a sense of pattern. Whether true or not, the hypothesis had tactical implications: change the story, and perhaps you could change the appetite. Children who survived the early years of the invasion grew up with a different sense of heroism. They admired cunning over bravery, strategy over spectacle. Their playgrounds were the city's back alleys and secret stairways, and their games trained them for furtive errands and rapid adaptation. They became a cohort whose skills the empire would need if it hoped to rebuild anything approaching its former self. Some temples were reclaimed through long patience and consistent small acts. Groups of citizens would gather nightly to reinscribe worn glyphs, to wash altars, and to replace offerings that had been removed or defiled. The act of reclaiming was slow and methodical, a labor of love and strategy. It demonstrated a profound truth: institutions could be reconstituted if people were willing to do the tedious work of restoration rather than waiting for sweeping miracles. Elsewhere, there were betrayals that scarred the memory of the empire. Some leaders, seeing the uncertainty of future prosperity, negotiated with invaders by promising access to archives in exchange for temporary peace. Those bargains often backfired because the Marvel zombies treated any concession as a precedent for more. Treason in that age tended to be less about greed and more about a brittle attempt to control outcomes in a world where outcomes were slippery. There were remarkable acts of cross-cultural exchange as well, when survivors from different traditions realized they had complementary knowledge. Farmers shared techniques for water conservation with coastal fishers. Desert nomads taught defensive patterns to urban dwellers. These syncretic moments were the seeds of a more resilient civilization because they forced different epistemologies to coexist. When knowledge crosses boundaries, it often gains in robustness. The Great Temple's Basin, once corrupted, became the site of a remarkable experiment. A group of healers mixed fragments of scripture with brewed herbs and allowed the water to stand in the moonlight. Their rituals were a hybrid of science and liturgy, and in one remarkable week they reversed some early cases of absorption, not by curing the condition but by interrupting its memory. Those who returned to themselves were changed, haunted by the taste of hunger but grateful enough that they helped develop the technique further. This partial success shifted the philosophy of the empire. No longer was restoration purely about rebuilding stones or re-engraving history. It became about restoring people's minds, their capacity to hold narrative in ways that did not invite absorption. The health practitioners who developed these rituals were as revered as generals. It was a new kind of priesthood, committed less to temples than to the mind's architecture. Scholars debated whether the Marvel zombies were a new species or a corrupted state of being within the human mind. The answer mattered politically because it shaped policy. If it were a species, then quarantine made sense. If it were a state of being, then culture, education, and slow ritual repair were the only tools. The policy that eventually worked mixed both approaches, containment where possible and cultural repair where necessary. Economy changed to accommodate caution. Markets that once traded in spices and silk now exchanged information and favor. Food rations were carefully recorded and distributed according to need and contribution. A new kind of ledger developed, one based not merely on wealth but on acts of service. This was a civilization economizing morals as well as goods. The empire's borders flexed and shifted. Some territories were ceded with formal treaties of abandonment, the legal equivalent of a compassionate severing. Other territories were annexed under the pretense of stability and often abused for the same. Borderlines, in an era of hunger, became moral tests as much as military lines. The way a community treated its fringes told future historians as much about its character as any temple inscription could. Resistance artists memorialized the siege in ways that later generations studied for clues about emotional life. Sculptors molded figures in mid-gesture, capturing the shock of transition from ordinary to strange. Painters used sand as a pigment, embedding the very material of the empire into their canvases. These works were not memorials to victory, they were records of endurance and choice. The empire's language evolved through necessity. New words developed to name states that had formerly been described with metaphor. There were terms for partial memory, for the way hunger could imitate grief, for the precise look of someone who had been awake for weeks. Language, the civilization's scaffolding, bent to hold new realities. When a lexicon expands, it can alter perception as surely as sculpture alters space. Diplomacy took on a darker practicalness. Envoys learned to bargain with scarcity and with psychological needs rather than with treasure. They traded songs and healing knowledge as currency, and their missions resembled anthropological fieldwork as much as negotiation. Empires that once fought grand wars now negotiated small mercies, recognizing that mercy often had more sustained power than martial force. As decades unfolded, the narrative of the siege itself became a pilgrimage. People traveled from distant ruins to stand in the places where the first breaches had occurred and to leave small offerings for those lost. Pilgrimage, once a ceremonial commute, had become a form of testimonial, to say we were here, we watched, we tried. Those pilgrimages fed the memory that kept the city human and prevented the trauma from calcifying into bitterness alone. The Marvel zombies themselves became part of folklore, their attributes exaggerated and moralized in ways that served different agendas. Some described them as punishment for arrogance, others as cautionary tales about the dangers of stagnation. These stories had less to do with historical accuracy than with the moral infrastructure people needed. Stories are not worthless because they are distorted, they are cultural tools that communities use to shape behavior. Once, during a rare season of calm, a group of survivors organized a symposium in a reclaimed temple where artisans, healers, and leaders debated the ethics of rebuilding. The session lasted for days and produced a charter that valued adaptability and the protection of memory. It was an awkward document in places, a compromise between ideals and gritty reality. Yet that charter became the backbone of the new civic order because it codified what the siege had taught, that the preservation of meaning was communal work. Technology and ritual intertwined in curious ways as the empire adapted. Engineers built acoustic barriers that mimicked ancient rhythms to mislead the hunger, and poets wrote odes to those rhythms to keep them alive. The merging of craft and myth was not always elegant, but it was effective. Strategy had become an artistic practice, and survival a discipline that required both hands and heart. As the years lengthened, a new generation of leaders emerged whose authority rested on competence rather than lineage. They were administrators and healers and translators of old glyphs, and they presided over the slow work of restoration. Their rule lacked the shine of monarchy but contained a resilient tenacity. It was not glamorous, but it was durable. In time, the empire learned to contain rather than to annihilate the invaders. Instead of seeking absolute victory, they sought balance. Sanctuaries for the absorbed were created, places where those who still bore the hunger could be watched and studied, not punished. Some of those places were humane, others were utilitarian. The policy represented a moral maturation. It recognized complexity and rejected simplistic factions of scapegoating. The scandal of that era, remembered in whispers, was that some communities weaponized the containment policy, using it to expel unwanted members under the guise of public safety. Those abuses were later corrected through public inquiry and reformed policy, but the memory of misuse shaped future caution. The way power is exercised in crisis often leaves scars that outlast the crisis itself. Meanwhile, the oldest civilization's artisans continued to make objects of astonishing subtlety. They forged amulets that functioned as coded passes, and their craftsmen inlaid stone with pigments that agitated the invader's mimicry rather than nurturing it. These objects circulated as both protective devices and as cultural artifacts, reminding people that craft and meaning could be defensive as well as decorative. Children taught in the post-siege years learned to balance ceremony with pragmatism. Their education included the recitation of rituals that had once been purely devotional alongside lessons in barricade construction and rationing. The curriculum was not purely utilitarian, it also taught the ethics of care and the importance of memory. Raising a child in that world required a new kind of pedagogy, one that taught the past as both artifact and tool. Across the empire, museums of the siege were founded, places where artifacts and testimony were preserved with meticulous care. Those museums were not sanitized spaces of triumph, but complex archives that displayed failures alongside innovations. Visitors learned not only what had been done, but why certain choices had been made under pressure. The museums became civic classrooms where future policy could be debated with a rich sense of precedent. The empire's literature matured in the crucible of siege. Novels and plays captured the moral knots people tied themselves into when faced with impossible choices. Poets wrote elegies that were required reading for anyone entering public office. Art reflected the age honestly, not with grandiosity but with the blunt intimacy of those who had done the work. When a culture's stories change, that change shapes future actions. Trade routes reopened slowly, first with caravans that ran secret schedules and then with more public exchanges as trust rebuilt. The economy revived not through spectacular markets but through steady turnovers in essential goods, the kind of commerce that sustains daily life. With commerce came exchange of ideas and craft, further knitting disparate communities into a patchwork polity. The slow thaw of trade was perhaps the most reliable sign that life was being stitched back together. Among the strangest legacies was an ecological one. The siege and the changes it forced upon agriculture led to innovations in crop diversity and drought resilience. Farmers cultivated new variants and shared seeds with neighbors in a practice that resembled prayer. The landscape gradually responded, becoming less brittle and more forgiving. The empire's food security improved not because of conquest but because of communal stewardship. There were still outbreaks, flare-ups of hunger that required urgent responses, but these were no longer existential. The mechanisms for response had become part ritual, part bureaucracy, and they functioned with a steadiness that reduced panic. Communities responded with measured containment, targeted healing rituals, and rapid humanitarian aid. Over time, the shock of the early years faded into a chronic condition managed with competence rather than terror. Historians later tried to date the end of the era and always fumbled, because epochs do not cleanly begin or end. Some marked a political reorganization as the moment of transformation, others pointed to the stabilization of trade or the foundation of a new educational canon. The truth was plural. The era shifted through many small changes rather than a single decisive event. That multiplicity suited a civilization rebuilt from dust and memory. Cultural innovations outlived the immediate calamity. New festivals emerged that blended remembrance with celebration, days when citizens tasted the fruit of the season and told the stories of those who had protected the archives. The festivals were not triumphalist, they were an exercise in gratitude for the fragile continued existence of community. Celebrating survival became an art of humility. The Marvel zombies faded from the streets as policies and rituals matured, but they did not vanish entirely. They persisted in enclaves where the fabric of community had been irreparably torn, existences that served as reminders of the fragility of order. Their presence was a cautionary tale embodied. Societies must never assume that systems of care are self-sustaining. Vigilance, the empire learned, must be institutionalized rather than romanticized. Generations born after the worst years grew up with the siege as an inherited myth more than a lived reality. They read the chronicles and visited museums, met survivors at festivals and listened to their tales. For them, the defense of memory was a conscious project rather than a reaction to immediate threat. They carried forward the lessons learned and encoded them into civic structures that favored redundancy and mutual aid. The temples, rebuilt and reimagined, became laboratories of public ethics and engineering. Architects designed altars that doubled as water cisterns. Priests were trained in logistics. The city did not cease being spiritual, but spirituality was now integrated into the mundane mechanics of survival. In this way, the Empire of Dust demonstrated a rare form of resilience, the ability to turn trauma into adaptive infrastructure. Across the landscape, the oldest civilization left a transformed imprint on its neighbors. Where once it had been an empire that projected power outward, it now exemplified an ethic of cultural repair that other polities came to study. Envoys arrived not with armies but with delegations to learn aqueduct maintenance or the secrets of psychological restoration. The empire's reputation shifted from dominance to expertise in preservation. The Marvel zombies became a feature of mythology, their memory filtered through different lenses. Some told of them as metaphors for the ravages of absolute consumption, others used their story to preach moderation and adaptability. The multiplicity of meanings was, in itself, a marker of recovery, the ability to turn catastrophe into a plurality of constructive narratives. In culture, the capacity to interpret adversity in varied ways is a form of abundance. The empire produced art dedicated to the ethics of memory. Sculptors created monuments not to single heroes but to accumulations of anonymous acts that had kept communities intact. Plaques listed trades and tasks as honors: the potter who hid seeds, the teacher who taught misdirection to children, the healer who devised a calming incense. These public honors served as moral education, teaching citizens to value the ordinary acts that sustain life. Some scholars argued that the empire had changed its soul through the siege, trading a certain imperial ambition for a communal ethic. Others resisted that reading, pointing out that power structures had merely shifted outward and that internal hierarchies persisted. The truth was probably somewhere between. Civilizations are composites, and the oldest civilization after the sieges was a hybrid shaped by necessity and choice. Memory remained contested, as it always does. Different groups wanted different narratives celebrated and others minimized. Battles over curricula, museum displays, and festival programming flared from time to time, but they were debates rather than existential fights. This normalization of conflict was another sign of health. When fights are about interpretation rather than survival, communities are no longer on the brink. Poets remained vital. They wrote elegies that were required listening for anyone entering public life, and their work reminded people of the human cost behind policy decisions. Poetry kept decisions honest by exposing the emotional undercurrents that statistics concealed. In a cultured polity, art functions as a moral compass as much as a mirror. Priestesses and engineers found new common ground. Their workshops combined ritual with practical design, crafting spaces where people could grieve in safety and learn essential skills. Together they designed theaters that doubled as training centers for emergency responses and libraries built to withstand both decay and obsession. This marriage of sacred and practical signified a broader cultural synthesis. Children who once played in secret stairways grew into adults who taught others those routes and improved upon them, making them safer and more accessible. Hidden knowledge became public knowledge through carefully managed instruction. The democratization of survival skills prevented the hoarding of crucial information and made communal life more robust. In the end, the Empire of Dust did not become the same civilization as before the hunger, nor did it vanish into oblivion. It became something that remembered the old while making room for the new. It was an enterprise of continuous repair, a culture that had learned to treat meaning as a renewable resource rather than a hoarded treasure. Those who came after preserved this ethic in law and in liturgy, ensuring that the lessons of temples falling to hunger would be writ into the habits of daily life. Over decades, the Marvel zombies receded into the margins of human habit and geography. They became contained phenomena, studied and monitored. They were no longer the defining spectacle of life in the oldest civilization, but their memory remained a moral barometer. Whenever complacency began to creep back into ritual, the stories were invoked to remind people of the cost of inattentiveness. The Great Temple, which had once seemed to symbolize the empire's hubris, now stood as a more complex symbol of collective learning. Its basin, once a mirror for hunger, became a place of careful, communal reflection where both the living and those touched by hunger had to be acknowledged. The ritual there was no longer about simple supplication, it was about stewardship, and the language used was hybrid of prayer and logistics. So much of the empire's future depended on the capacity to teach the next generation not just facts but a civic temperament. Civic temperament is not a natural resource, it is cultivated in repetition, in sharing small tasks and doing them well. The festivals that honored both skill and compassion were part of that cultivation, and their continuity became the empire's most reliable insurance against forgetting. From distant plateaus and coastal inlets, travelers came to learn the empire's methods. Workshops trained foreign delegations in safe archive management and the construction of ritualized acoustics that could function as deterrent rather than lure. The empire traded what it had learned in return for seeds, manuscripts, and the occasional sailor's maps to places not yet touched by the hunger. Its value had shifted from the spoils of conquest to the craft of preservation. In private, survivors would sometimes confess that the siege had taught them a terrible humility. They had learned the precariousness of human achievements and the ease with which meaning can be unmade. But they had also discovered a resilience in their ordinary choices. Humility and resilience formed a strange companionship, each tempering the excesses of the other. At the edges of the empire, artists painted murals of desert and star and people who refused oblivion. Children left handprints on walls that had once been glyphs, and those handprints, childish and earnest, were reverenced because they were acts of continuity. Art became an archive of presence, proof that someone had been there and had chosen to create rather than surrender to silence. Long after the original guardians were gone, their mantle persisted in a transformed guild of caretakers who tended both temples and archives and the mundane infrastructure of life. They were keepers of story and roof and ration, all rolled into a single role that respected the interdependence of meaning and matter. The fusion of roles that once seemed elegant in theory became essential in practice. The memory of the Marvel zombies remained a cautionary tale passed down not to frighten children but to educate them. Parents told the stories of hunger as one would teach safe habits: look both ways, do not accept offerings from strangers, question a ritual that makes no sense. The stories were reframed as practical ethics, not merely terrifying fables. They became part of the moral furniture of daily life. In the end, the Empire of Dust demonstrated that even the oldest civilizations can learn new tricks. It did not survive because of a single miracle, but because its people continuously adapted, retooled ritual into defense, turned myth into manual, and refused to let memory calcify into rigid dogma. The temples that had fallen were rebuilt not as monuments to permanence, but as laboratories of survival and moral practice. The Marvel zombies remained in the peripheries of memory and geography, their existence a perpetual reminder of what unchecked hunger can do to a culture that takes its patterns for granted. The Empire's response became an instruction manual for the future: mind the rituals, care for the archives, teach the children to read and to hide and to spy beauty in the little things. In that patient work lay their salvation. And as the sun set over terraces that had been leveled and rebuilt more times than anyone could remember, people still came to the great temple to leave small offerings. They left seeds and scraps of song and a careful list of names of those lost to hunger, because memory required tending as much as crops required water. The temples had fallen, yes, but from their ruins arose a civic practice that was at once humble and grand: the willingness to labor for continuity, day after ordinary day. Night fell across the plateau and the heat still remembered the day, clinging to stone and feather, to the braided hair of the priests and the cloth that told their history. The oldest civilization had been built by hands that could rid the paths of the sun and call rain with the cadence of drums. In the hush before the stars grew loud, something prehistoric and terrible stirred beyond the line of carved statues and stepped terraces. They called it a plague at first because the villagers who fled spoke in the same frightened voice as those who had once called stones gods. But plague is a word for illness, for fever, and for things that can be treated with fever and tincture. What arrived was older than simple sickness, older than pestilence. It was a hunger that wore the skin of the things it had consumed and used their faces as keys to new doors. The first of the infected to cross the border were not what the men of the plateau expected. They were giants of myth made small by time and by broken bone. Among them walked forms that had once worn armor like the night sky and capes that knew the wind. Their eyes were hollow with a reflection that belonged no longer to their own minds but to the endless wanting inside them. Priests of the sun stood in the courtyard, tall as a memory, fingers stained with soot and ash from last night's offerings. They had seen eclipses and drought and the sudden death of rivers, but nothing in their scrolls had shown them how to face a thing that gnawed on names. They took up staffs, feathers, and bells, and they called the people together with chants that had held cities together for generations. The Eternals of the Plaza were not the cosmic beings from stories traders whispered under moonlight, but a small, rigid council who had outlived too many sons and daughters to be surprised by loss. They were wise in the workings of the sun and in ledger and law, and they had built altars that gathered light like a net. Now, as the plague pushed its way in through villages with no footprints but the weight of inevitability, the elders wrote down rules in trembling ink, laws to stop a hunger that obeyed no edict. When the first of the invaders entered the temple precinct, their steps were strangely precise, as though memory of ritual still lived in their marrow. They moved through the avenues of stone, past bas-reliefs depicting birth and harvest, and they paused at the statues of the sun with hands that did not understand reverence. That pause, more than any shout, told the priests that these were not merely lost animals but something else wearing the shell of a person. The plague had a name among the few who had seen its beginning, and it was spoken in a language that turned flesh cold. It was eternal. Not immortal, which implies defiance of death, but eternal in its recurrence, a looping song of consumption and forgetfulness. Those who carried it were animated by a hunger that remade history with each passing of hunger, and its rhythm did not care for prayers or for the geometry of temples. The priests tried their ancient remedies, because their lives had been a delirium of remedies that sometimes worked, sometimes failed. They burned herbs that smelled of citrus and old rain. They recited conjurations that had saved children lost in the desert. They painted their faces with ash to confuse the spirits they had once coaxed with color. The plague answered by walking through their circles like a breeze through paper, leaving behind a trail of desecration and the echo of a laugh that had no mouth. One of the first priests to fall was a young man who had carved his name into the underside of a ceremonial blade. He left a note with lines like prayers on flimsy cloth. His eyes went dull and then glassy, but his hands continued to hold the knife as though he were still making offerings. The blade slipped from his grip and clattered on the stones, but his lips moved in the same rhythm as the chisel, as if he still carved offerings in a world that had stopped having meaning to him. They tried sealing the gates with rock and iron and the labor of 1,000 frightened hands, thinking they could cut the plague off at the temple's throat. It seeped through mortar and made its way along the cracks of their certainty, like a rumor that refuses to be silenced. With each failing closure, the priests learned that what faced them was not only a force of bodies but a force of ideas, a contagion that borrowed thought and light for its own ends. A council convened inside the inner sanctum beneath the mural of the sun god, where the heat of candles made the air viscous and the faces of the elders beaded with sweat. They argued over sacrament and steel, over whether the sun should be offered up or shielded from the endless night. One argued to burn the idols and thereby purge the old power. Another argued to hide the sacred texts where the enemy's hunger could not find them. They argued until their voices congealed into silence, and the only sound left was a low scratching from the wall where a thing pressed its hand and listened to ancient stories. Outside, the invaders roamed in uneven lines, wearing relics and costumes of heroes that were not meant for their frames. There were imitations that the plague had learned to make, graceless copies that retained the echo of what they had been. A cape flapped where a heart might have been, a helmet clung to a skull with no command at the helm. When they moved through the marketplace, the wooden stalls tipped like the tumbling pieces of a child's game, and the scent left in their wake was an absence, a hollowing of everything that had once been lush and familiar. The priests took a boy from the edge of the crowd and placed him before the sun altar, for he had yet to taste the world in the same way as the elders and therefore might be a pure channel for power. They anointed him with the residue of 1,000 offerings, honey, resin, and a powder of ground stone that had been 1,000 times touched by fingers. The boy moved with a stillness older than his years, and the priests took his silence as a sign. They began to chant a new prayer, one not written in the books but made locally by grief and need. The prayer asked the sun for an answer not to consume the invaders but to divide them, to take back what they had stolen of life and memory. It asked the fire of the sky to lend teeth to the temple, to bite into the plague and hold. It was a prayer that tasted of desperation and of hope, of a trust that the cosmos might be bargained with for a small measure of sanity. The sun, which had been generous and indifferent in equal measures for millennia, did not answer in the way the priests expected. Instead, the light shifted. It did not blaze or extinguish but rearranged, pouring into the crevices of the plaza in slants that seemed to sketch new maps on the stone. Shadows lengthened into clear lines like the path to a door, and somewhere far above the hem of the sky something old moved, an awareness like a slow animal rolling in sleep. The priests felt the weight of that gaze and were suddenly aware of a history they had thought was only theirs. The eternal plague, it turned out, had a counter that was not a weapon but a story. The ancestors had once wrapped the world in a story they told to keep chaos from laughing at their work. It was a story woven with song and with names, and it bound hunger to a particular shape. The priests began to chant the names that had been kept in memory for generations, names of rivers, of stars, of women who had outlived drought. The act of naming, simple and stubborn, began to tug at the plague like a leash. As naming spread through the city, people found themselves saying the name of a lost child or a long-dead lover, and in the act of speech a small piece of the plague's hold came loose. It was as though the invaders had been built out of silence as well as hunger, and speech reintroduced them to the textures of persons. Those who spoke were not always saved. Sometimes the plague shrank back only to return reorganized. Yet naming became a form of resistance, a way to wind the clock back even if only by a hair. This act of reclaiming names had a cost. To call something back required acknowledging what had been lost, to declare in full the face of grief, and to invite it inside the chest as a guest. It blurred the line between prayer and elegy. Sometimes a chant sounded indistinguishable from a funeral. But in those wavering hours, the city found a bravery that was not the bravery of steel but the braver, more fragile kind that says the name of a person into the open air so the world must answer. The priests learned to combine this naming with other practices that felt like experiments because they were new and cobbled together from scraps. They took mirrors from the dressing rooms of the noble and polished them with sand until they shone like small moons. Placing mirrors at corners, they pointed a new sort of question at the invaders. Who are you when you do not have somebody's memory? When the infected looked into themselves in these tiny moons, some seemed to hesitate, as though the reflection had offered a door they could not cross. But the plague was cunning. It would watch a method and then adopt it, learning quickly to wear the mirror like a badge and to pretend that memory still lived within. When a mirror reasserted what had been lost, the invaders sometimes reassembled and continued their patterns, no wiser and twice as determined. The city learned that every strategy could only buy time, and that time was expensive in a place that ate futures. Into this clash of ritual and hunger wandered a figure the elders whispered about in ash-colored fear, a visitor who claimed to be a survivor from beyond the coastline, a world where the plague had been coaxed into a different shape. He was gaunt in a way that made him hard to trust. His clothes were stitched from the flags of fallen towns, and he smelled of things that had been far, far away. He offered stories that were both consolation and threat, a map of patterns the plague used in other lands and the bones of answers burned down to coals. He spoke of a time when the infecting force sought to remake everything that was alive into copies of itself, and how in other places, people had tried to turn the plague into a tool. They had put it into cages of thought and used its obedience to create armies, only to learn that obedience is a brittle thing when hunger sits at the center. The visitor's eyes slid over the crowd and settled on the priests as though searching for a place to rest. He offered a bargain, knowledge in exchange for access to the temple's store of relics. This proposition split the plaza further. Some elders wanted to barter with the world, to get every scrap of knowledge that might be useful, even if it came wrapped in the stranger's dubious past. Others argued that to give relics to an outsider was to hand the sun's house to a thief. The visitor, who had seen empires fall into the teeth of their own inventions, watched this internal fight with the patience of someone who had watched pottery being repaired 1,000 times. He suggested a middle way: put the relics through the ritual of naming first, then use what the plague revealed in small, controlled experiments. So they did. A set of relics, amulets, braziers, strips of painted cloth, were set on the altar and named out loud by the full assembly, from the youngest scribe to a grandmother who carried a faded photograph of a child who had died before anyone would admit to remembering him. The naming consecrated the objects in a different manner from the old rites. It was a legal act as much as a prayer. After the naming, the visitor handled the relics as gently as a librarian would handle a book of dangerous spells. The experiments were careful at first. The visitor would place a relic near an infected stranger and watch, making notes in a small, neat hand. Sometimes the relic would cause an involuntary pause, and the invader would stand still as a statue, their head tilted like someone listening to someone else across a crowded room. The pause lasted only a moment, but small moments are often the flint from which longer fires are made, and the priests cultivated those moments like gardeners squinting at a seed to see if life would come. With time, the city learned more about how the plague functioned. It did not always ravage as a swarm, but moved through social structures, through the patterns of obligations and trust that held communities together. It liked crowds and familiarity. It favored common pathways and repeated salutes. When someone stepped out of line and chose to walk alone into the mountains, the plague missed them like a song missing a verse, and the one who left could sometimes return a beacon of odd sanity. Those who practiced deliberate isolation were not always rewarded by sanity. Solitude can be a strange room with its own echoing patterns. Some returned changed only by quiet, others returned with ideas that burned like embers too bright to touch. Among these wanderers, one found a woman who spoke of reflection pools and caves where light refracted into different names, where a person could see 10 versions of themselves and choose which to be. She taught that if one could find a new name to wear, sometimes the plague no longer recognized you at the doorway. The city therefore adopted a practice that looked almost like costume. People switched names, took the epithets of dead relatives, and presented themselves day by day as new configurations. This was neither trick nor magic in the grand sense, but it forced the plague to pause, to recalibrate, to check a ledger it had not expected to be altered. The practice was exhausting. Identity is a labor and rehearsal of memory, and taking on new names required the steady repetition of a lie until it felt like truth. One of the most delicate maneuvers was the creation of a school of quieting, a place where children were taught to whisper to stones and listen for the way statues responded. These children had an ease with noise that adults no longer had. They would join hands and sing lullabies twisted into passwords, soft as moth wings, and the infected, who had been taught all languages of hunger and fury, sometimes misheard the lullaby as a plea not to be taken and paused as though in gratitude. Meanwhile, there were those who believed the only honest answer was war. They hardened themselves with iron and bone, armor painted with suns and shields carved from ancient wood. They marched along the terraces and clashed with the invaders who still wore the molds of heroes, and in the din of shields the simplest human skills reasserted themselves: aim, breath, and the decision to stand. Fighting that resembled old battles was comforting in its familiarity, but it was also a slow and expensive way to bargain for survival. Then there was the moral edge that cut deeper than any spear, the temptation to use the plague as a weapon. In the low rooms beneath the city, a group of men argued for turning infected into carriers to send among the enemy armies beyond the mountains, to spread the hunger elsewhere and thus protect the plateau. It was an abominable calculus, and it sat on the table like a living thing. They argued that the world beyond had always taken their grain and their women in times of weakness, and that perhaps the plague could be aimed like a scythe to cut away future threats. The priests, who had sworn to protect the sanctity of life even as they learned to bribe the sun with new songs, recoiled at this suggestion. They remembered the old teaching: what you unleash will not separate its dead according to your ledger. The visitor watched them squabble over corruption as though it were a teaching exercise, and then, with a small roll of his eyes, told them about places where such decisions had been made and had turned whole continents into ruins. This was not an argument against all war, he said, it was an argument for humility. As months bled into a season that had no familiar name, the city's social order shifted. Trades that had once been rigid loosened as necessity required new forms of exchange. Priests learned to farm and farmers learned to scribe. Children became keepers of names and elders became scouts. The structure that had seemed timeless began to look like a scaffolding built to be replaced. It was a painful adjustment, but it was also a sign of life. Only in the presence of change do people show how adaptable they can be. Scavengers became historians in one brilliant inversion. Wading through the ruins of the outskirts, they collected fragments of the invaders' former lives, ribbons, badges, a chipped icon of a hero whose face smiles without memory. These fragments were brought back and offered to the altar in exchange for stories of who those heroes had been. As the fragments were named and their histories recited, some of the infected paused in their transgressions, as though remembering the old songs that had once guided them to be protectors rather than predators. On the other side of the city, a scientist woman, an unlikely title in a world of song and sacrifice, began to translate the patterns of infection into simple rules she could understand without the metaphors of the temple. She used boiled sugar and dried leaves to mark trails, she cataloged the hours when the infected were at their most irrational, and she mapped the instances when song and naming had caused hesitation. Her notebooks, once dismissed as nonsense because they recorded patterns instead of prayers, became treasured because they offered replicable methods. Her methods were not science in the sense of laboratories and laws, they were instruments of curiosity combined with stoic observation. She noted how scent, sound, and the rhythm of a city influenced the infection's decisions, and she crafted interventions that sometimes worked in narrow windows. Her greatest discovery was that the plague obeyed a kind of boredom. The more predictable its environment, the more it would reproduce familiar patterns. Disrupt those patterns enough and the hunger struggled to find purchase. Thus the city began to embrace unpredictability as policy. Drumming practices changed their beats, market routes were altered overnight, and the city tapestry of ceremonies was rearranged like furniture to confuse a house guest. The invaders, which preferred predictable currents of life, found themselves misled and sometimes wandered into nothing, their hunger growing sharper with frustration. Unpredictability did not stop the plague, but it prevented it from establishing the steady gears it needed to consume everything with efficiency. Sometimes, between discoveries and the grinding labor of daily survival, tenderness found corners to grow. A man who had once been a smith set aside his hammer and began teaching an infected child how to shape clay, not because he believed in a cure, but because forming a vessel was a way of touching the present. The child, whose movements had been jerky and without rhythm, began to move with attention as the pot took shape. In those small acts the city found an argument against total despair. The tactile presence of someone shaping a thing from raw matter is a rebellion against the idea that bodies exist only to be taken. One night, when the moon was a small coin in the sky, the visitor disappeared for 3 days and returned with a heavy box that smelled faintly of salt and sea. Inside were objects from another world, devices that hummed with a contained light, maps inked in unknown characters, and a mirror of polished brass that showed not the face of the one who looked but a series of possible actions. The priests regarded these artifacts with a mixture of hunger and suspicion, unsure whether they were miracle or trick. The visitor warned them that any tool is only as moral as the hand that wields it. They used the brass mirror cautiously, and what they saw were visions not of future certainty but of probabilities, little lines that suggested choices and their likely echoes. The mirror did not provide answers, but it offered glimpses of paths, sometimes so subtle that a priest could mistake them for wind. The city learned something new from the mirror. Decisions were not static, they branched like the roots of a tree, and small, seemingly irrelevant acts could alter the axis of history in ways no prayer book had recorded. There were losses that could not be named because words failed them. The eldest of the priests, whose voice had been a calendar for generations, succumbed in a way that was not dramatic but simply final. One morning he did not rise. The city mourned, and in mourning discovered the depth of the thread that connected living to ritual. His silence was the kind that rewrites how stories are told, and people readjusted their songs to accommodate the missing instrument. The hunger adapted, too. Where once it had preyed on memory and habit, it turned to exploiting affection, seeking the warmth that arises when someone bends to save a child or lifts an older woman from the dust. In this new tactic it found efficiency, because social bonds are the scaffolding of a community, and if you cut at the joints, the whole frame wobbles. The priests, who had always invested in community, were forced to teach hardness, how to love without exposing the beloved to ruin, how to give without making a pattern that could be exploited. The ethics of protection became complex and public. A town meeting convened in the amphitheater where historians once recited genealogies, and the debate took the form of earnest argument and quiet sobs. Some advocated for small enclaves, sealed communities where the vulnerable could be protected by walls and rituals. Others insisted that sealing is a kind of dying alive. In the end, the city adopted a middle path, creating guarded sanctuaries while also keeping channels open to rescue wayward survivors who insisted on returning. One of the most inventive responses was a ritual that wove songs and structural engineering together. The priests learned to build scaffolds that changed the acoustics of streets, and chanted in those alleys to make the whole city sound like a single resonant instrument. The sound did not repel the plague in a direct way. Instead, it reshaped the environment so that the invaders were disoriented by sudden harmonics and could not coordinate their hunting. There was a music to resistance, a shaping of public spaces so that everyday life itself became part instrument and part defense. Amid these trials, a hope emerged in the shape of a child who had been born during the siege. She was named for the dawn, and her laughter had a peculiar timbre that made people look up from their fear. The child moved through the city as if it were a map she had never learned but somehow understood, touching stones and muttering names under her breath. People watched her with a tenderness that was almost reverent, and some began to believe she would be the one to outpace the plague merely by the force of new life pressing against old rot. The invaders seemed to hesitate whenever she passed, as though their hunger recognized something unfamiliar in the geometry of her existence. Some elders took this as a sign that youth had a kind of immunity, an unshaped being the plague could not fully pattern. Others saw the child's effect as coincidence and warned against the dangerous habit of seeing miracles where there were only statistical quirks. Still, in a world that had little comfort, miracles, coincidental or otherwise, carry weight, and the child was carried on shoulders more than once when her small steps coincided with the faltering of the invaders. Political strains rippled beyond the city's walls. Neighboring towns, who had lived their own histories of trade and petty war with the plateau, watched the flames and the shifting patterns of refugees. Some sent envoys offering grain in exchange for promises of asylum if the plague spread, while others were more calculating, suggesting alliances that would bind the plateau to foreign rulers in exchange for help. The plateau had to weigh each bargaining chip with infinite care. Once the sun's worship was commodified to a distant lord, the identity of the city would be forever altered. Diplomacy turned into a kind of negotiation with time. Ships of emissaries crossed the valleys, carrying letters wrapped in resin, and a few unlikely alliances formed with mercantile cities that had technologies for preserving food and neutralizing pests. But the word technology in this place often meant whatever artful manipulation people had at hand: a saline babble to clean wounds, a contraption to squeeze water into pressurized forms, clever roads that diverted bands of invaders into traps. The visitor, who had once survived by riding such currents, taught them to look for what the neighbors had in abundance: salt, seeds, or simply numbers, and trade accordingly. Underneath all of these maneuvers simmered a metaphysical question: what, exactly, was the eternal plague? The priests and the scientists debated whether it was an organism that could be contained, a myth that had found a body to eat through, or a curse laid down by the wronged gods of older cities. There was no satisfying single answer, because each theory illuminated different parts of the problem. The truth, if it existed, was braided, a bit of biological contagion, a bit of mimetic hunger, and a touch of spite from something that had been displaced as civilizations rose and fell. A turning point came when the city realized that the plague had rules that could be rewritten if enough people agreed to a new grammar. The elders proposed a public ceremony more radical than anything recorded in their oldest codices, a collective renaming of the world, performed not just by priests but by every inhabitant. It would be an act of mass imagination, a deliberate redefining of streets, altars, and the roles people played. The idea seemed impossible at first, but when the city was finished, there was a new language woven into the very stones. They renamed the alleys according to functions rather than after ancestral glories. The market that had been named for a hero was renamed for the fruit that the market actually sold. The square that had been dedicated to a forgotten warlord became the Square of Hands. Naming traded myth for use, myth that the plague had once exploited by seeking the old names like keys. The change had an immediate effect: confusion in the plague's filing system. The invaders, whose patterns depended on predictable cultural memory, found themselves tripping over decisions that no longer followed the old map. Not all changes were linguistic. The city began to design rituals around forgiveness and containment rather than sacrifice and expulsion. If a person showed early signs of infection, they were led into a program of isolation not as exile but as a curative retreat involving naming, mirrors, and redirection of focus. This approach was not always successful. Sometimes the infection could not be checked, and the person would become something else. But often the approach led to a slow reclamation of traits that had been swallowed by the hunger. The moral terrain was not uniform. There were villages within the plateau that refused to rename anything, clinging to memory as a fortress rather than as an outbreak risk. Between the renamers and the traditionalists, tension simmered, punctuated by skirmishes over the preservation of lineage and the preservation of survival strategies. The dispute was older than the plague. It was the age-old argument about whether continuity of identity or flexibility of action best protects a people when history becomes violent. A few among the infected proved to be anomalies, half memory, half hunger. They would sit and listen to the priest's litany of names and occasionally, as if by accident, answer back in a voice that was not their own. This voice would sometimes recite a line from a play or a childhood rhyme, as though the person inside had found a pocket of time where the plague's long song could not reach. These fleeting returns were a sweet and dangerous temptation, for a city might choose to put hope into these guest voices and, in doing so, be unprepared when they slipped away again. One such anomaly, a former guardian of a coastal fort named Izel, came back to the city not as an enemy but as a harbinger. For a week he did nothing but stand in the sun and tilt his face to catch the light, as though remembering how to be alive. He spoke in the old tongue for no one in particular and held a cup of water to the child's lips as if teaching. People spoke of him as proof that restoration was possible, but the visitor kept his distance and watched with an expression that suggested caution more than joy. As seasons turned, small gardens began to appear on terraces that had been stripped bare. The act of growing food was itself a festival of small miracles, seeds cracking, roots seeking, leaves opening like little treaties signed with the earth. Gardening became therapy, religious practice, and strategy in one slow green motion. The invaders found these gardens uninteresting at first, preferring the heat of bodies and the chorus of social life, but over time the abundance of fresh taste altered their interest. If hunger could be redirected toward plants and not persons, perhaps a durable truce could be negotiated with biology itself. So experiments shifted to the realm of nutrition and flavor. The city's cooks devised bitter and complex dishes, rituals of flavor that the invaders sometimes found bewildering and therefore less attractive. Meals were shared publicly and set out in patterns designed to distract, confuse, and sometimes soothe the hunger. The idea was unglamorous but effective in small measures. To change the diet of a host changes their behavior, and if the host was already in a fragile metabolic arrangement, taste could be a powerful lever. Not all experiments were prudent, and there were setbacks that tasted of iron and cold. A misapplied potion sent a handful of infected into a frenzy, and the defense lines collapsed for a long night. The city learned that trial and error in a time of siege can have a price paid in blood and silence, and they moved forward with a new kind of humility. The lessons were recorded and taught and used to refine better rituals. Failure, like sickness, became a teacher, albeit a cruel one. As the city adapted, the fabric of its external relations matured. Neighbors who had once been competitors began to see the advantage of shared innovation. They sent apprentices to learn the school's quieting techniques, to study the brass mirror, and to practice the music of defense. The plateau became, in pockets, a hub of knowledge for those who survived, an unlikely academy that specialized in defensive improvisation. Information, once a rare commodity passed in secret code, became a currency richer than bronze. This sharing did not solve the problem of scale. The plague had once been a single tide, and now it was a network of small currents that could still rise into a flood. Cities that learned the plateau's methods found their own regional circumstances often required significant adaptation. What worked by the plateau's sun would fail in a cold fog-bound valley. The plateau's people therefore began a new ritual, exchange not only of tools but of questions, a traveling pedagogy in which teachers learned as much as they taught. The visitor, who had always been more comfortable between places than within them, served as a provisional translator. A philosophical debate took root in the public squares. Was the goal to annihilate the plague or to live with it at a tolerable scale? Annihilation was a seductive phrase, linked to ancient myths and the desire for a final end. Living with it required negotiation, compromise, and an acceptance of the perpetual presence of something imperfect. The argument paralleled ancient debates about disease and nature. Are we caretakers of the world or its conquerors? The priests, after long deliberation, made a choice that surprised many. They committed to the latter. They understood that many things the city loved were entangled with the larger ecology and that an absolute eradication might demand measures that stripped the people of their soul. They focused their energies on resilience, designing rituals, institutions, and habits that would allow life to continue even in the presence of hunger. This decision reframed their entire cultural project from one of purity to one of stewardship. Stewardship took many forms. It meant better hospitals fashioned from straw and marble, ways to quarantine the infected without dehumanizing them, and a public education that taught children the names of the world not as an act of nostalgia but as a defensive tool. It meant a legal code that punished exploitation of the sick more harshly than thievery, and a moral architecture that rewarded those who chose collective survival over private hoarding. It also meant accepting ambivalence. A city that can manage a plague is not a city that can return to its old rhythms without scars. Art responded in unexpected ways. Painters and poets began to incorporate the spectral forms of the invaders into their work not as monsters to be despised, but as parts of a shared geography of suffering. This was controversial. Some saw it as a betrayal, others as a needed act of integration. The art did not romanticize the plague but tried to make sense of the shape of sorrow, how to hold it, how to look at it and still keep enough courage to touch clay and plant seeds. Religious practice, too, evolved. Where the priests once offered sacrifices to a sun that demanded labor, they now devised rites of redirection, offerings that fed the fields rather than burning lives in the center of the altar. Theologies shifted from wrathful gods who required blood to guardians who taught balance. This was partly a pragmatic theology and partly a moral development. Faith often bends toward the practices that grant survival, and the new rituals were both tools of survival and hermeneutics of compassion. As time passed, the plague altered its tactics again. It began to use mimicry on a subtler scale, adopting the mannerisms of loved ones and the cadence of particular prayers. It learned to imitate accents and to carry small tokens that suggested intimacy. These changes made it ever more dangerous because they blurred the boundary between friend and foe in the most intimate spaces. The priests responded by teaching discernment, how to look for discrepancies under a voice, how to notice the ways a lover's laugh might not begin in the same place in the lungs. Then an event occurred that made the city recalibrate every assumption. A group of infected voluntarily walked into a newly built sanctuary and did not attack. They sat among the living and began to learn the names again, and over weeks their behavior changed in small increments. The citizen who had built the sanctuary, an old woman with a slow smile, had been experimenting with layered rituals, mirrors, naming, music, and patient continuity. What she had created was not a cure but a practice of re-education, and it seemed to work in particular circumstances. The success of the sanctuary was uneven. Some recovered to unpredictable degrees, others relapsed into the old hunger with a violence that erased small gains. Still, the sanctuary inspired others to try rehabilitation, and slowly a few more people were coaxed into forms that were less dangerous. It reshaped the meaning of the word infected from a single category threat into a spectrum of possible states. The city breathed a cautious breath and learned to live between hope and realism. Over the years, an entire lexicon of terms emerged to talk about partial recoveries and lingering hunger. There were names for those who could eat food without harming others but who still possessed a restless ache for certain familiar rhythms. There were terms for those who looked and acted human but who carried the plague as a kind of weather within them. Language, once again, proved to be one of the city's most powerful weapons. Giving something a name made it negotiable. The visitor, who had at first seemed like a survivor and later like a prophet of practical cruelty, changed in their own way. He grew less loquacious, more meditative, and sometimes told stories that seemed designed to teach caution rather than strategies. There were rumors that his hands bore scars from previous bargains, that he had once been part of an experiment that had gone wrong and had to escape. The city forgave him these mysteries so long as his lessons helped them navigate the terrain between violence and survival. While the plateau adapted, the broader world retained its hunger. In distant places, the plague had evolved into cults and armies, into pestilences disguised as salvation. News traveled slowly across mountains and deserts, and the plateau received fragments, a coastal city that had turned the plague into myth and worship, a desert town that had become nothing but fortified towers. These reports served as a cautionary tale and a spur to action. They encouraged the plateau to continue sharing what worked and to keep inventing new ways of being resilient. A startling moment of unity happened during the Festival of Harvest when the plateau's people invited those who had once been the invaders into the square, but at a distance and under strict protocols. The ritual was a statement rather than a reconciliation. It said, "We will show you our life and we will offer bread but not our children." The watchers sighed with the complexity of the gesture, for it was both mercy and boundary, a way to declare what is sacrosanct without sliding into blind cruelty. The festival itself was a riot of ingenuity. Temples were draped in fabrics that deflected heat and sound, and dancers performed sequences that mimicked the predator and the prey until the audience understood the choreography as a lesson in noticing. The kids ran through mazes that taught them how to remember names under pressure, and the cookhouses prepared bitter herbs that made even the bravest pause to taste. There was laughter threaded with the knowledge that joy in a plague-stricken world is a conscious rebellion against the dulling of feeling. In the background of all this human drama loomed the cosmic question the priests could not quite name: why would something like the eternal plague exist? Some argued for a cosmological balancing act, that the plague was nature's answer to civilizational hubris. Others insisted it was a byproduct of forgotten rituals left half-finished, an old debt unpaid. The debate had no consensus because it was metaphysical, and metaphysical questions never yield to pragmatic committees easily. The important thing became method rather than origin. How do you keep living? A breakthrough occurred when a small band of scholars from the plateau and its neighbors collaborated on transcribing a set of murals found in a subterranean complex. The murals depicted the cyclical appearance of a devouring force and showed a people who had once handled it differently. They had created a code of living that assumed recurrence and built institutions that accepted the presence of an eternal hunger and structured life around it. The murals suggested a civic architecture, rotational living, spatial distribution of the vulnerable, and ritualized exchanges. That was not about eradicating the plague but about living hand in hand with it. This historical knowledge reshaped policy. The city began to design neighborhoods in which the most vulnerable were placed not in isolation but in carefully rotated exposure, so that any outbreak had a predictable and manageable pattern. It might sound macabre, but the old model of putting everyone in the same place had been the plague's favorite environment. The new model was messy and morally complex but effective at scale. People had to make peace with the idea that some choices were compromises made for the continuity of the whole. The moral philosopher of the plateau, a woman who had once been a scholar of ancient circles, crafted an ethic that centered reciprocity and the prevention of exploitation. She taught that the plague's presence redefined justice. Protecting the community meant protecting the weak by redistributing burdens equitably. Her ideas were not universally embraced, but they found listeners in the market, in schoolhouses, and among the old men who still told tales by night. Ethics, like medicine, needed adaptation when faced with new conditions. Unforeseen things happen in long sieges, and one such event rewove the city's sense of the miraculous. A rain came that was both sudden and precise, descending in a pattern that washed the stones but also seemed to confound the invaders. It came after a ritual of naming and bending of the sun, and while coincidence is a dear friend of myth, people interpreted the rain as the sun's reluctant approval of the city's efforts. Whether it was meteorology or miracle mattered less than the effect. It repaired cracked wells and refreshed the weary. Even then, victory was never complete. There were flares of violence, betrayals, and tragic miscalculations. A trade caravan was lost to a group that had turned the plague into superstition and judged itself immune. A harbor city that refused the schematic of naming and randomness was swallowed almost entirely. The plateau mourned each loss, learned from every mistake, and used those lessons to rebuild in ways that reduced vulnerability. In time, the plateau became a node in a loose network of settlements that had learned to live with, adapt to, and sometimes partially rehabilitate the infected. Their methods spread slowly, like a river carrying seeds, and were always altered by local conditions. Knowledge traveled by foot, by boat, and by the slow gossip of traders, and with it came the uncomfortable truth that there were cultures that had chosen radical exclusion as policy and others that had chosen to embrace partial integration. This variety of approaches created an ecosystem of strategies that allowed the world to keep having a future. The plateau remained a center of practice and innovation, yes, but it was no longer a universal evangelist. It became one of many nodes, each with its own rituals, languages, and rules. The eternal plague continued to exist, shifting and adapting, but it no longer enjoyed the same unfettered appetite it had when the world was naive. At a certain point, decades into the struggle, people who had been children during the first terrors were the elders teaching new initiates how to name stones and rearrange markets. The original memory of the pre-plague city became a mythic landscape, an instructive past rather than an immediate memory. This transformation is how societies survive. Trauma turns into story, and story into policy, and policy into habit. The horrifying becomes manageable when it is woven into the grammar of everyday life. The priests of the sun aged into their roles as teachers of a different sort. They were no longer merely intermediaries with the sky but civic engineers of ritual, designers of ceremonies that protected as well as comforted. Their robes became patched with practical fabric, their chants shorter and more effective, and their songs designed to be repeatable by children with little training. The temple shrank in dominance but grew in usefulness. And yet, every once in a while, the city would have a night when the hunger tasted like November and the stars seemed to listen and not answer. On such nights, old fears returned and people remembered the first terrible invasion with a vividness that was not just memory but muscle memory. They stayed awake, they clutched one another's hands, and they recited the names they had learned. The act of mutual remembering had become the simplest and most effective weapon they possessed. A new generation of artists recorded this long siege in statues that did not depict heroes but movement, a hand changing direction, a mouth that sings a name, a child handing a seed to an old person. These works did not aim to celebrate triumph but rather to make the practice visible, a reminder that survival is a craft. The city's public spaces filled with these reminders, and people passed them without always thinking of their necessity because necessity had become mundane. That mundane is the quiet triumph of adaptation. The eternal plague remained eternal in the sense that it lingered, that it recurred in cycles and took what it would, but the plateau had found a suite of responses that allowed everyday life to continue. It was not a tidy victory, and it never would be. The world rarely gives tidy solutions to monstrous problems. Instead, the city learned how to tend the wound, how to stitch the fabric, and how to keep making room for music and pottery and laughter. In the end, though this is not a consolatory end, only a continuation, a child born when the city had most of its rituals in place grew up to record the entire history in a book that stitched together recipes and prayers, battle plans, and lullabies. They wrote as if their task were plain and ordinary, because that is what it is to live in a time of continuous hazard. You make manuals and teach your neighbors. The book traveled, its wisdom changing as it encountered new climates and cultures, but its core remained: name your world, keep some chaos unpredictable, and treat the hungry with cunning and compassion. The eternal plague continued to wander through the world, encountering cities who were cruel, cities who were wise, and cities who were unprepared. It also encountered places that had learned to fold around it like a garment, places practicing the slow art of living with the presence of something difficult. This is perhaps the real lesson of a civilization that lives longer than a single catastrophe. Survival is not victory over the thing that threatens, but the creation of institutions that remain humane through the long stretches of the struggle. And so the priests of the sun kept their fevers of song and their cool, practiced naming. They raised altars not as shrines to power but as libraries of memory, and every so often, when dust thickened into possibility, they would call the children to the plaza to teach them the old names and the new ones, the ones you whisper to a stone and the ones you shout at the sky. The eternal plague listened and learned, as it always does, and the city, wiser, more battered, and more inventive, kept building a life that the hunger could not devour entirely. When the sun finally cracked the horizon over the ruins of the oldest civilization, it did so like the opening of a fossilized shell, a long, practiced motion that had echoed across millennia. The light came slow and golden, thick as oil, spilling over columns that remembered rain before language and mosaics that recalled maps of constellations now only dimly understood. Dust rose in patient waves, curling from a street of basalt stones smoothed by generations of footsteps and forgotten processions. Even the wind seemed to hesitate, as if listening to itself remember the names of things it had forgotten to carry. The city had once been a cathedral of human possibility where scholars argued under vaulted walkways and children learned the math of tides as if it were poetry. Temples rose like the rib cages of sleeping leviathans, their altars scored with sigils that promised immortality and barter with the gods. Archives filled entire wings that smelled of oil and papyrus and the crisp, bitter tang of ink, where histories nested inside histories like boxes inside boxes. At the heart of that web of memory stood the observatory, an edifice of glass and polished stone that had watched the heavens and kept count of how the world had turned. For a time, the oldest civilization had seemed invincible, a patient triumvirate of artisans, astronomers, and apothecaries who could coax metals to sing and harness seeds to sprout against sunlight stolen by winter. They had traded with empires now dust, stitched peace between rival cities with treaties inked in rare blood, and recorded their triumphs in things that weathered time. They were not without hubris. Their engines included a device that dared to peer into the dark underbelly of the cosmos to pull wisdom like threads. That device, a latticework of crystals and bronze known simply as the lumen, became their great Achilles' heel. The lumen was a careful instrument, built to steady the mind and widen sight, but curiosity and an appetite for certainty pushed them to turn the dial further than it was designed to turn. The machine hummed one night beneath the observatory's dome, and when it did, an aperture opened in the world, first a hairline tear of violet mist, then a jagged seam through which something moved. It was not immediate hunger that spilled through the seam, it was an old, patient curiosity from a space where hunger had been distilled into other forms. The corruption that entered was neither fully external nor entirely foreign. It was a mirror that refracted the city's intent into a different spectrum. At first the change was subtle, shaded into the edges of daily life like an inkblot. A scholar at a lectern would finish a sentence and feel a twitch that had no origin in muscle or habit. A baker found her loaves mottled with a dark humidity that clung like a thought and would not let go. Children playing near the canals came back with stories that tasted ancient on their tongues, stories of doors that stood where no doors had been before. People spoke of dreams where they walked into sunlight and returned with a piece of the sky in their pockets, and when they woke, those pieces grew like tumors behind their rib cages. The first to change were small things: the tilt of a head, the way a step lagged for a measure, the slow softening of a name when said aloud. Then it became chemical, a rearrangement of appetite that arrived like tides. Those affected began to crave not just food but certain textures and energies, the warm inner glow of other beings, and more dreadfully, the knowledge that made one human. It was as though the lumen had opened not merely a channel but a temptation, and the city's people were rivers drawn to an ocean they could not understand. They did not become monsters overnight. The metamorphosis wore patience like a cloak and malicious intelligence like a thin, hungry smile. From beyond the scene came figures that resembled the old myths more than they did the people who lived in the city, statues in motion, revenants with the mild, dignified hunger of judges. They moved with the certainty of predators that had once been poets, and their voices sounded like pages turning. These were the Marvel zombies, an infectious paradox. They hungered for flesh and history alike, and in their hunger they found a crucible where power could be forged. When they fed, they did not merely consume, they absorbed, and with each consumption they grew more than bone and sinew. They integrated memory, culture, and the latent potential of their prey. The Marvel zombies were not evil in the simple sense, nor were they merely agents of apocalypse. They were transformation given teeth and a mouth full of questions. When they bit, the virus that passed along was not a simple contagion but a vector of ascension, an alteration of perception that rewrote biology and belief. Victims rose altered, their eyes rimmed with incandescent thinking, their hands moving with the compulsion to build relics and monuments to something both horrific and profound. Communities fractured along lines of whom they feared and whom they revered, and the city that once kept a single calendar now kept a dozen conflicting clocks. In the first days of collapse, there were those who tried to argue their way through it, who believed that language and law could hold back a tide of change. Magistrates convened under the old porticos and read decrees that sounded thin against the new hunger. Priests offered allegories and rites, sputtering incense like confession, while philosophers sat in circles and attempted to reason with the phenomenon as if it were a logic puzzle. None of these measures mattered when the marvel spread into the marrow of the city's logic, because the infection could not be warned away by sound arguments. It required a different kind of reckoning, one that was simultaneously biological and epistemological. The survivors divided themselves into holdings of method. Some became archivists who locked themselves in a labyrinthine library to record everything before it could be inhaled and resung by the newly changed. Others formed militias, believing that whatever wandered had to be stopped or confined. Still others walked toward the scene like pilgrims, drawn by a compulsion that mixed awe with annihilation, and sought to understand the marvel zombies from within. The city, which had once prided itself on unity, became a palimpsest of small sovereignties, pockets of belief that fought for control over what remained of the lumen and the observatory above it. Those who guarded the archives had a terrible job, to decide what knowledge would be saved and what knowledge must be burned so it could not be turned into something monstrous. They made pyres not only of books but of instruments that mapped the stars, because the marvel infection seemed able to twist those maps into new geometries of will. By night their decisions took on the feel of sacrament, by day they grew thinner, picking at the edges of their own memories to test whether they were still themselves. An archivist who misremembered a friend's face could be infected without bite, and so identity itself became currency and contagion both. In the alleys, the marvel zombies learned the city's topography like children learning routes to hidden sweets. They developed a taxonomy of hunger that included tastes for music and for certain phrases, for tactile textures, for the soft warmth behind a closing eyelid. When they fed on a canter, the zombie would sing the canter's song, the melody braided into its own growl. When they consumed a scholar, they inherited a portion of technique and then extended it, creating strange devices that were beautiful and terrifying at once. These devices were not mere engines, they were expressions of a creed that believed in the fusion of being and knowing. One such creation was the choir, a scaffolding of bone and brass that stood at the edge of the observatory's dome, built from parts scavenged and formed from the city's ruins. The choir did not sing hymns for the people, it sang through the city, vibrating truths into the mud and stone and waking the sleeping archives. Its tones altered the margins of thought, urging animals into different patterns and making machines hum with something like feeling. The choir's vibrations attracted others, not all of them alive, and the city's borders became lines in a new language sung by the things that had once been human. As the marvel zombies evolved, their hunger refined into an aesthetic pursuit. They wanted not only flesh but excellence, and the more beautiful a thing the more intensely it fed them. They hunted scribes who could render elegant scripts, potters whose glazes held rare pigments, architects who had learned to coax load-bearing arches from single stones. Consuming such people gave the zombies the capacity to build wonders, and the city became a theater of monstrous craftsmanship where elegance and violence coexisted like twin currencies. Roads were paved with bones smoothed into tiles, mosaics composed of teeth and metal, and the skyline shifted into an expression of both grief and design. Up close, the marvel zombies were paradoxes, at once childlike in wonder and ferocious in appetite. Their voices were often a dangerous choir of stolen cadences. They spoke with the dialects of those they had consumed, but with a consonant of new hunger threaded through. Their faces changed as well, sometimes elongating into mask-like visages of polished bone, sometimes flattening into an expressionless plane that reflected what it consumed. Touching one was like touching an idea. Your own mind would tremble like a bell, knocked into different harmonics. Those who stood too long in proximity often found themselves carrying small, inexplicable inheritances, a gesture, a taste, the sudden ability to play a refrain on the lyre. The Marvel zombies did not merely spread by teeth. They spread by error, by the gentle theft of identity that passed with a handshake or through a shared gulp of wine. They infected cultural artifacts, rewriting the songs preserved on the city's scrolls and altering the recipes of ancestral breads so that those who ate them would darkly sing. Even the rivers felt their touch, for machines built to draw water were recalibrated to carry different currents, and in those currents swam a particulate that altered the behavior of fish and frogs and anything that drank. The ecosystem of the city became a vector, and the boundary between living systems and the infected blurred into an entangled coil. This reframing of life into vectors and signals forced a new kind of politics to the foreground, one not of land or laws, but of narrative custody. Who controlled the stories controlled the rates of infection. That was the uncanny calculus by which power reconstituted itself, and suddenly scribes, storytellers, and musicians were as defensible as walls. Parties of scribes were protected like relics, and musicians were armed with instruments that could both heal and harm, whose chords could unmake a zombie's acquired identity or widen it into something more monstrous. Battles were staged as performances, and in those performances entire neighborhoods changed hands. Into this chaos came a cohort of outsiders, travelers who had heard rumors of an ascension and came not to fight but to document. They wore patched cloaks and carried instruments that hummed, and their presence caused ripples of both fear and hope. Some saw them as saviors, others as new victims, and others still as curiosities to be consumed. The travelers moved like historians who had learned to read the flesh of things, and they collected testimonies, the last sermons of a priest, the final chords of a struck instrument, the hand gestures of a child who would not speak any language they recognized. A central figure among these outsiders was a woman called Mira, a chronicler whose hands trembled with the weight of stories and whose eyes kept a ledger of people as if they were pages. Mira had a voice like a thin bell, and she asked questions with surgical care, often startling those she spoke with into revealing truths they'd hidden even from themselves. She walked the city with a lantern that did not burn oil but stored small pulses of starlight, and she used it to read in corridors that no longer received sun. Myra's notebooks filled with drawings and fragments of songs, and somewhere between her lines the shape of the Marvel zombies' ascension began to look less like apocalypse and more like metamorphosis. Myra's notes recorded small mercies and the terrible ingenuity of those seeking them. There was an apothecary who mixed ointments that made the bites of the zombies sterilize rather than transfer the infection for a brief miraculous day. There were mothers who taught their children to hum low, steady tones within their chests to resist the choir's calls. There were artists who hid their work behind layers of mundane craft so that the zombies would overlook the true beauty they sought to consume. These acts of defiance were often ephemeral, but they mattered. In a world where identity could be borrowed and reconfigured, small resistances rippled outward. And yet resistance itself sometimes became a vector. A makeshift tonic could dull a zombie's taste for a night, and the relief it offered would become a new object of desire. Markets formed around such things, trading in fragile hope and dangerous cures. Those who hoarded cures became targets for the Marvel zombies, and raids on supply depots resulted in whole districts being turned overnight. The economy of survival curdled into a strategy of camouflage and barter, and survivalists learned how to hide both their bodies and their minds from being appropriated. There were scenes of heartbreak that Mira wrote about in careful hand. An old man, a keeper of names, insisted on reading aloud the lineage of his people even after the choir had begun to sing his voice into new patterns. He believed that if names were spoken and documented, then even if bodies changed, those names would not be lost. The choir consumed him, and for a terrifying hour his voice threaded through the city's bones as both a chant and a hunger. Afterwards, those who had been touched by that voice remembered his words in flashes and yet could not recite them in complete order. It was a form of theft that left a ghost of memory behind. Time in the city became nonlinear. Decades folded into hours, and hours into a cadence that seemed to favor cycles rather than a straight line. The Marvel zombies had no sense of time as the living did. They understood increments in terms of accumulation, of knowledge, of form, of power. This made them relentless in a way that organized armies are not. An army could be routed and regrouped. An infectious, accruing force like the Marvel zombies could not be dissuaded by simple defeat because each consumption made them stronger and more various. Across from the observatory a new edifice arose from the bones of an old market, something that resembled a temple and a factory in equal measure. Its founders were the zombies themselves and a coterie of the newly ascended who desired structure. They called it the Pantheon, and within its chambers the Marvel zombies instituted rituals of transformation. These rituals were elaborate and cruel and often beautiful, consisting of songs that would rewire neurons, feasts where memories were exchanged and catalogued, and mechanical liturgies that placed the lumen's shards into a larger machine. The Pantheon became a center of study and ferocity, where ascended principles were forged. The Marvel zombies' experiments were not all successful. Some combinations of consumed talents resulted in grotesques that could not stabilize. Others produced beings of startling grace, whose bodies contained within them histories like a museum. One such creation was a woman called Sela, formed from the fusion of a potter, an astronomer, and a child who loved shadows. Sela shaped moonlight as clay and could model constellations with her hands. In her presence, catalogs of stars rearranged themselves into new myths. People feared Sela because she was not merely powerful but also deeply indifferent to old human boundaries. Those who still believed in the old gods prayed to them for protection, but the gods seemed slow or tired or perhaps asleep by then. The Marvel zombies found ways to bargain with the void left by absent deities, offering them fabricated worships and monuments that worked like batteries for belief. Whether or not the gods were actually stirred by these offerings is unclear. What mattered was that the city began to worship differently, consecrating the act of transformation itself. New cults rose, dedicated to the principle of amalgamation, to the belief that becoming more than what you were was an act of spiritual evolution. The ethical debates within the human remnants were excruciating and honest. Some argued that any form of the Marvel zombies' ascendancy that removed free will was unacceptable and must be stopped by any means. Others proposed that the ascendancy offered a path out of stagnation, a chance for the oldest civilization to shed the brittle parts of itself and grow into something more adaptive. Those arguments fell apart under the weight of the city's pain because free will itself became a fluid of sorts, borrowed and relent, and who could say where consent began when memories were swapped like coins? Integral to all of this was the lumen, the latticework that had started it all and which now sat at the center of debate. Many believed that destroying the lumen would end the infection. Others were sure that without it the Marvel zombies would only mutate into stranger forms. A campaign was organized by both humans and ascended beings to ascend the lumen into a higher state, an attempt to harmonize its aperture rather than shut it. This was called the Last Resonance, a risky ritual combining science, music, and sacrifice, and it became the focal point of the city's last ambitions. Preparations for the Last Resonance were like preparations for a funeral dressed as a festival. Instruments were tuned, strings plucked, and the choir was shown new scores. Specialists collected relics and fed them into machines that hummed like a heart trying to keep time with a collapsing star. Mira recorded it all, noting the moments of doubt and the extreme exhilaration as the community attempted to steer the infection into a direction that might preserve something of the city's humanity. It was an act of courage, hubris, and desperation braided together. The ritual began at dawn, the same dawn that had once been so innocent and now cracked with purpose. The city gathered in concentric circles around the observatory, those who remained standing and those who had been altered taking up places among them. The choir began to sing, and the song was a thing of such melancholic power that even the stones seemed to remember better weather. The lumen's crystals glowed and opened like an iris, and through that iris came not merely a sight but a pressure of being that made the hair on people's arms rise. As the last resonance unfolded, something unexpected happened. The Marvel zombies hesitated. Not because they could not feed, but because the ritual introduced a new variable, a chance of integration that changed the calculus of hunger into the calculus of participation. The zombies felt something like curiosity again, an echo of the very impulse that had started the corruption. The choir's notes braided with the lumen's light and formed a pattern that suggested, if one could trust the brittle logic of blended minds, that the opening in the scene could be remade into an ascent rather than an invasion. Some ascended, embraced the last resonance, and allowed themselves to be woven into the new pattern. They became conduits, not hollow shells but tuned instruments that carried both memory and new possibility. To see one of them stand was to watch a cross-section of the city's soul. The face would show the laughter of childhood, the furrow of age, the curiosity of the one who had arrived from the scene. Others resisted, their horns of hunger sharper and more possessive, refusing change that would blur their hard-won identities. Those fights were brief and terrible. The last resonance did not end with a bang or with a clean resolution. It resolved as many things do, in a sequence of small compromises and violent reckonings. The lumen altered into something that was at once gentler and more inscrutable, less an aperture and more a lattice of exchange. The seam in the world that had once brought the Marvel zombies remained, but it was thinner, milder, and more full of possibility than terror. The city itself did not return to its former glory. Its streets remained scarred and its archives incomplete, but within those scars new architectures bloomed, hybrid forms of being that none had predicted. The ascension of the Marvel zombies had changed what it meant to be part of the oldest civilization. People adapted to being nodes along a network of memory and appetite. They learned to trade not only goods but experiences. There were now guilds dedicated to the negotiation of borrowed traits, councils that mediated disputes over the ownership of memories, and sanctuaries where the newly altered could rest and be recalibrated. It was not a perfect system, and it carried within it the tension of predators and the hunted coexisting on a cliff's edge. Repair and reinvention obliged the city to adopt new arts. Architects learned to build with living matter that could store and release memories. Tailors wove garments that could dampen the choir's frequencies or amplify certain tones to protect communities. Musicians took on the role of civic engineers, designing songs that could heal or awaken, and apothecaries managed compounds that could temporarily block or unlock inherited tendencies. The economy of daily life reoriented around exchange in forms the older civilization would not have recognized but might have admired for its ingenuity. In time, children grew up who only remembered the old world and stories told by their elders. Those children learned songs that blended lullabies with warnings, and they were taught to respect the scene with a reverence that had the flavor of both ritual and science. They played games where they imagined being both predators and keepers, practicing the ethical maneuvers of a hybrid society. Their imaginations made the Marvel zombies less monstrous. The children saw them sometimes as teachers who could demonstrate how to reshape sky maps or play impossible instruments. Yet not all was reconciled, as the deeper ethics of consumption could not be resolved overnight. There were those among the ascended who began to hoard traits, collecting skills and memories into vaults. They lived in enclaves where the physical space was ornate and the social space brutal, and they became a new aristocracy whose power derived from the curation of identity. Others resisted these enclaves, forming egalitarian communes that believed in the free flow of traits and in checks against monopolies of memory. These social movements were a continuation of the old city's debates, but now conducted under the pressure of a living, mutating ecology of being. The Marvel Zombies' presence pushed the civilization into a cosmology that was more inclusive of the universe's strangeness. The observatory recalibrated, producing star charts that accounted for the seams' geometry and for languages that could be sung into the fabric of space. Cosmologists learned that the universe might be articulated not only in physics but also in exchange, and they developed theories that would have seemed either mystical or monstrous to older generations. Their mathematics were sung as well as written, and once more the city boasted a hybrid scholarship that married craft and wonder. Outsiders visited again, as they always had. Some came to take from the city, seeking to harvest traits that would make them powerful in their own lands. Others came to offer solidarity, to trade ideas and artifacts that would stabilize the fragile new culture. The city was no longer an isolated relic but a node in a wider network of worlds, each of which had different rules about what could be traded. Trade routes were remade into arteries of narrative and physiology. Caravans carried not only grain but melodies, not only steel but the memory of a craft. Not every exchange was fruitful. There were missteps and tragedies that proved painful lessons. A delegation that took home architectural motifs returned with curses of disharmony in their own regions, and an old dialect sent abroad began to displace older tongues in ways that erased local histories. These misadventures made the oldest civilization cautious, less likely to export raw forms to be misused. They developed protocols of translation, a kind of social firewall to prevent traits from being stolen or abused without consent. Myra's chronicles continued to be a touchstone for the city and the outside world alike. Her notebooks, once thin with doubt, swelled with the careful deliberations of a world learning to live inside its own wonder. She recorded arguments, reconciliations, small gestures, and big betrayals, believing that history could be crafted as a living thing instead of merely archived. Her style remained observant and tender, and she became a teacher to those who wanted to learn the ethics of exchange. There were poets who tried to condense the city into verse, and their haunts became popular places for debate and performance. They used metaphor to explain the Marvel Zombies' ascension, comparing it to a tide that rearranged shells, to a tree grafting another branch, to a grammar that rewrote itself. Their words were not neutral. A well-turned phrase could skew a community's appetite and reshape its path, so poets were both lauded and feared. Language became an instrument of politics more than it had been when the city had been young. Generations bridged the pre- and post-scene eras with ceremonies that were equal parts mourning and celebration. New holidays emerged to mark the anniversaries of the last resonance, to commemorate those who had been lost and to honor those who had given themselves to the process of change. Offerings were made to places that had been altered. Citizens left small tokens at the base of the Pantheon and sang. Those rituals became adhesive, binding communities that had otherwise drifted by providing a shared language of remembrance. At the edges of the city, where ruins met wilderness, there were wild things that had changed in parallel. Herds of animals took on patterns of migration informed by the choir's songs, and some plants developed pigments that reacted to the lumen's residual light. The boundary between wild and civilized was porous, and the Marvel Zombies had taught the city to be alert to lessons from both. Herbalists cultivated gardens with plants that could mute or amplify particular traits, and wild ranchers learned to herd animals whose behaviors contained slivers of memory that were useful in ceremonies. Science and sorcery braided together in ways that made the old distinctions laughable. Alchemists who had once pursued gold turned their attention to the refinement of memory, distilling experiences into essences that could be stored. The city's laboratories hailed both skeptics and devotees, and their successes often prompted envy and accusation. Still, things born in those labs could heal a fractured mind or consolidate an identity, and as such they were desperately needed and fiercely disputed. The Marvel zombies themselves formed a philosophy that some called the doctrine of gathering. It was not a cold manifesto so much as an emergent ethic, a series of practices and taboos by which ascended beings negotiated their appetites. The doctrine insisted on consent where practicable, on the preservation of certain sacra, and on the idea that consumption should enrich rather than erase. In practice, this doctrine was unevenly observed, and its contradictions produced unrest that later generations argued into new forms of law and community governance. Children taught to live in this hybrid world developed strange kinds of play. They would pretend to be archivists, cataloging leaves and stones into meticulous orders, or mimic ascended beings, learning to adopt and return borrowed songs. Their education included empathy training, where they were taught to feel the resonance of others as a way to keep from crossing boundaries of harm. Those who grew up with such disciplines tended to be resilient, able to adapt to changes in selfhood with less fear and more curiosity. Yet even the city that learned to live with the Marvel zombies had to contend with the haunting possibility that ascendancy could metastasize beyond its borders. Mira worried about that in her later entries, fretting that the vector of change could be misapplied by powers that lacked the city's checks. She wrote of possible alliances that could defend against exploitative expansion and stressed the importance of protocols that would protect autonomous communities. Her writing took on an urgency that suggested she felt the world tipping into a new era where stories could be weapons. There were those who sought to weaponize the doctrine of gathering. A faction of ascended militarists believed that controlled assimilation could create superlative soldiers and artisans whose combined talents would make their city supreme. They crafted programs to accelerate assimilation, to reach into other lands and weave their strengths into an ever-growing coalition. This militarism provoked resistance that led to skirmishes and, occasionally, to full-on conflicts that were as ideological as they were physical. The history that followed became a mosaic of small diplomatic victories and bitter wars. Treaties were negotiated to limit the export of certain techniques and to give safeguards to communities that wished to remain unaltered. There was a series of accords known as the Concords of Boundaries, agreements for the protection of memory sovereignty and the right to remain unchanged. These accords were imperfect but represented a step toward a wider ethical order that the oldest civilization helped to invent. Artists remained central to this cultural reweaving. They mediated disputes with installations and performances that exposed the cost of certain choices. One unforgettable piece saw a theater constructed from the bones of a fallen pantheon, where actors played both the victims and the conquerors, and the audience participated by giving up small memories to help enact the story. These performances were cathartic and sometimes dangerous. Participants often left altered, for better or worse, because the line between play and reality was thin in a world of borrowed selves. Across time, the Marvel zombies' aesthetic transformed from grotesque ornamentation to something that most found tragically compelling. The city curated museums dedicated to them, not as trophies but as study halls where the ethics of transformation could be interrogated. They displayed artifacts made by ascended beings, machines that sang the names of the stars, fabrics woven with the histories of cities, instruments that could make stone remember. Visitors left these halls with mixed emotions, admiration for the ingenuity, sorrow for the costs, and a lingering awe at the sheer audacity of a civilization bent on rewriting the rules of being. Old griefs lingered, though, like stains that no sun could fully bleach. Families who had lost members to assimilation sometimes never recovered their sense of lineage. Some mourners preferred to think of their loved ones as gone rather than altered, and those tensions fed endless debates about identity and continuity. Mourning rituals became elaborate and varied because recognizing a loved one's metamorphosis could be its own kind of kindness or its own cruelty. Philosophers speculated for generations about the metaphysical consequences of a civilization that could reorganize its identity so dramatically. Debates flourished on whether continuity of consciousness mattered more than continuity of community, and whether ascending into a composite form counted as survival or as a different species entirely. These disputes spilled into courtrooms and councils, into poetry and pedagogy, and they remained unresolved. Yet their very irresolvability was part of the civilization's new genius. It could tolerate questions that had no single answer and build institutions that allowed them to be asked without immediate violence. The Marvel Zombies' ascension left a mark on the wider world as well. Migratory birds that had once carried news across continents now had feathers patterned with pigments that pulsed in response to the choir's songs, and remote tribes felt the touch of new melodies in their groves. News of the city's experiment spread slowly at first, then faster as travelers carried tales of both wonder and warning. Empires far away became curious, some sending envoys, others closing borders and cranking up their own rituals of self-preservation. A surprising byproduct of the city's new ways was the invention of language that could encode complex ethical instructions in a single phrase. This was partly practical and partly beautiful. Languages evolved to compress protocols for consent and memory exchange into single idioms. These idioms acted like cultural passwords, allowing groups to signal their readiness for certain forms of exchange and to guard against unwanted assimilation. Linguists from other lands studied them, and soon cross-cultural translators developed as a profession, trained to navigate ethical lexicons as much as grammar. Economics shifted as well. The new currency was not only silver or grain but the exchange of capacities, the right to use a memory for a season, the share of an artisan's craft, the borrowable pattern of a ritual. Contracts included clauses about retention and retention limits, rights to rescind exchanges, and the creation of escrow vaults for particularly powerful traits. This economy could be exploited, of course, and many argued over how to ensure equity. But it also created a market for healing and for recovery, enabling people to reclaim parts of themselves taken in bad faith. Urban planning was reimagined in response to a reality where identity could be stored and shared. Streets were designed to facilitate exchange as gently as possible, with shared courtyards and buffers to reduce unwanted contact. Public spaces were outfitted with sound dampeners and damped frequencies to control the choir's influence, and buildings were modular to be combined and recombined as communities changed. The city, once rigid and monumental, became adaptive and porous, reflecting a new respect for the fluidity of being. As time passed, those who had been the earliest victims became mythic figures. Sela, Mira, the keeper of names, these names acquired the flavor of legend, and their stories were told and retold until they fit comfortably into the city's moral imagination. Children grew up reciting their tales alongside the names of the constellations, learning the history not as a linear tragedy but as a complex map of choices. The line between cautionary tale and aspirational myth blurred, and in that blur the society found a new equilibrium. The Marvel Zombies themselves diversified into many schools of thought. Some became conservators, dedicated to protecting specific forms and histories. Some became innovators, endlessly experimental, always seeking new blends of traits and knowledge. There were those who turned inward, obsessed with perfecting a single attribute until they nearly lost everything else, and those who turned outward, creating open-source repositories of skills anyone could access. The city accommodated them all, though not without friction and occasional rupture. Even as stability grew, catastrophic shocks remained a possibility. The scene was not entirely stable, and there were times when new apertures opened and closed in unpredictable ways. Sometimes these brought blessings, bursts of alien light that gave new techniques for farming or song, or they brought fresh harms, plagues that gnawed at the outskirts. Preparedness became a civic virtue, and communities rotated responsibilities for monitoring and repairing the lumen's shards. One of the enduring ironies of the Marvel Zombies' ascension was that it forced the oldest civilization to become more democratic in several respects. When identity could be claimed and repressed by force, people found common cause in building procedures and councils to guard against monopolization. Citizen assemblies developed sophisticated systems for deliberation, and even ascended beings were sometimes subject to review by their communities. This political innovation was messy and slow, but over time it created a framework that allowed for both innovation and protection. Religion, too, changed shape. The old gods faded, new spiritualities arose that centered on the sanctity of consent and the preservation of memory as a communal good. Some of these traditions preserved ancient rituals but repurposed them for the novel ethics the city required. Religious leaders became mediators and ethicists more than arbiters of a single truth, and their sanctuaries became places where agreements were sealed and oaths were taken. The city's diaspora spread knowledge and practiced restraint in small, careful parcels. Communities that adopted parts of the doctrine of gathering did so with mechanisms to prevent abuse, and the oldest civilization became an advisor for others who saw both danger and possibility in the same breath. Its influence was subtle and mutable. It taught the wider world that identity could be a shared project when guided by consent, and that curiosity and compassion could be technologies unto themselves. Many listened, some scoffed, and a few adopted the civic innovations wholesale. In the end, the Marvel Zombies' ascent did not mean the erasure of the oldest civilization, but rather its conversion into a thing more complex and, in some ways, more alive. The city survived not because it held onto an unchanging core, but because it learned to adapt and to invent ethics that could keep step with radical transformation. Its story became a testament to the possibility that even in the wake of monstrous change, life could learn to craft new habits of kinship and responsibility. Myra's last surviving notebooks were small and dog-eared, but each page carried an enormous tenderness. She wrote about how wonder and terror had braided together in the city's long mourning and how people had formed communities that contained both restraint and fervor. Her final entries did not try to resolve everything. Instead, they offered vignettes, snapshots of people learning to trade with one another not just goods but selves. She died eventually, as all must, but her writings lived on to instruct and unsettle future generations. Decades became centuries, and the city's contours continued to change. Names shifted, neighborhoods rearranged, and new marvels rose from the old bones like flowers from a charred field. The lumen remained, transformed into an instrument for curated exchange that could open gentle seams under strictly regulated conditions. The Marvel Zombies, in their myriad lineages, became less a singular dread and more a genre of beings that inhabited a spectrum between predator and partner. What remained constant was the city's willingness to ask the hard questions again and again. Who owns memory? What is consent in a world where the self can be recombined? How can a people protect the vulnerable while still allowing for the kind of daring creativity that made them flourish? They answered imperfectly and revised their answers several times over. But the process itself became a form of governance, a civic practice that both embodied and taught humility. There are places in the modern world that still echo those early tremors. In distant valleys, communities whisper of the last resonance and of a time when a civilization learned how to bend catastrophe into a new grammar. Some say the Marvel Zombies' ascension was a curse, others a gift, and many understand it as both. The oldest civilization's last dawn was not a single event but an ongoing negotiation between hunger and ethics, between appetite and preservation, a negotiation whose language the world would need to learn. Walking the streets now, one could still find traces of the first morning, shards of lumen crystal embedded in walls, songs that carried the old dialects into new scales, and monuments that told stories and materials that were once living and now stone. Children played in courtyards where bones had been repurposed into benches and where mosaics of teeth glittered like stars underfoot. The city no longer wore its past like armor but like a living garment, patched and restitched by hands that remembered how to care for fragile things. In quiet moments, when the choir paused and a breeze moved through the Pantheon's vaulted emptiness, it was possible to hear the faint echo of the same. It sounded like a question rather than a threat, a cosmic prompt asking what a civilization would do when pressed to reinvent itself. The Marvel zombies had been the catalyst for that question. They had been terrifying, monstrous, brilliant, and strangely tender in their pursuit of wholeness. They taught the city that transformation could be a path to new forms of life, if governed by wisdom and if met with care. The real lesson the oldest civilization carried forward was not about how to defeat a monstrous force, but how to live ethically amidst permanent change. It was a lesson about humility, about the limits of any single identity, and about the need for protocols to manage mutual influence. Whether other civilizations would learn it in time remains an open question. But here, in the city that had once been a map of the stars and then a theater of hunger, people had begun to write a more complicated answer. The Marvel zombies, for all their strangeness, became a mirror of the civilization's desires and fears. They forced the inhabitants to reckon with what they valued and what they could not let go of. In the end, the last dawn of the oldest civilization did not mean absolute loss, but a reconstitution of meaning on a scale the founding architects could never have imagined. New myths emerged from that alchemy, full of both the monstrous and the humane, and those myths continued to be told when night fell and the choir's softer songs drifted across a city reborn. If you stand on the observatory now, at dusk, with the city's mosaics glowing faintly like coals, you can feel the long arc of that transformation in your bones. You can sense the marvel and the horror braided together, and you can hear the soft hum of instruments tuned to a new ethics. The Marvel zombies are not a single story but 1,000 braided tales about the costs and possibilities of becoming. The oldest civilization endures, not as a fossil to be admired, but as a living laboratory that learned, painfully and patiently, how to steward the risks of radical change. Here at the edge of dusk, the Marvel zombies aren't just a story, they're a mirror. Subscribe and share in the comments. Do you feel closer to the awe of their survival or the fear of their becoming?